Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome on into the stream. My name is Adam, and as you can see, I am joined today by my brother
I'm
Brian.
here.
Yay!
How's everybody doing today? How you doing, Adam?
Doing well.
I don't even know which way to face anymore.
I know. No, you're facing the right way. I got you flipped around, so I know. And hey, Sinsen, what's
I'm
going on?
here.
And Tub K, welcome. Thank you for the follow. So yeah,
What's been going on in Wurm?
Hmm.
So it's been, let's say, I don't know, half a year, let's say, where I've been off and on, not as much focusing on Wurm. So yeah, fill me in, everybody. What's going on?
Yeah, but you've been slightly getting back into things, like, getting some worm time here and there.
Mhm.
Or you're just sitting at the train station waiting to get home since then. Interesting.
Sitting at the train station. I remember those days. No, yeah, I used to do that every day. The
Yep.
train station.
Yep, pre-COVID.
Yeah. And then
Yep.
COVID,
Yeah.
completely changed that here.
I'm just gonna adjust something here because your head is clipping. Hold on. Okay, got it. All right.
Just be me.
Hey, Reganation. Hey, wait, who's the other guy?
Reganation. I'm just a special guest.
Yeah, hopefully more often. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, fill me in. Let's talk about it. So it's been, I mean, where are we at? We're in October now of 2021. How was 2021 for Wurm?
Boy, well,
Was that a really good sigh?
it's been quiet. How about that? I would say that in 2021 we've gotten 2 updates, I think. One was the combat update. The other was the animal husbandry update. Both of which I wouldn't call like a rework. Both of them were more like tweaks.
Okay, so like small changes. So then they must not have been controversial since they were so small.
Well, the combat update I think went completely uncontroversial. Everybody looked at that as like, okay, it at least was a slight improvement in terms of like, there's stuff now to do in combat that you didn't have to do before, and the main complaint about combat was that it was totally AFKable, like non-interactive, and so it kind of addressed that, making it a little bit more interactive. But in terms of changing the mechanics or changing anything, there's nothing majorly was changed about it. Yeah, and since then, talking about the AH update, which, not really much to talk about there either. Hey, Zetrin, what's going on?
Zetrin, how you doing? Been a little while.
Yeah.
Sorry about my voice. I don't know if you can hear, but I've been sick the last week, so I'm just getting over it. But other than that, my throat's a little coarse. But other than, feeling good. It's been one of those weeks. Anyway.
Oh, nice, Zetrin. You got your chair. So Zetrin got the same chair as I got.
How are you liking the chair? I mean, I've come over a few times and sat in it, and I remember when you got the chair, you were touting how good it was to sit yourself up, and made your back feel better, or something like that, or your hips.
Well, here's the thing: is that sitting for an extended period of time, no matter what you do, like no matter what comfort the chair is providing, is always going to cause problems. So, but in terms of comparative to my previous chairs that I've ever had before, this one is a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I once had a mentor, and he said that he read a study, like somebody You know the person that created the chair. I don't even know what it's called, but the one where you put all of your weight on your knees.
Oh yes, yes.
You like sit forward. So that person, I don't know, did some sort of study or something, and basically it's quoted saying, the best position for your body to be in is the next position that you're going to put it in.
Right.
Basically saying that really what we should be doing is continuously be changing the way that we're standing or sitting or whatever. Like just keep moving.
Right. Being in one position only
Is
is not great.
Best
matter
thing
which
in
way
the
you
world,
look at
I
it.
guess.
Yeah, those old ergo
Yes,
chairs
there
from the
is no
80s.
magical chairs.
Right.
I want a magical chair.
That does lead us to feel like there is no magical chair. I agree. But there is definitely uncomfortable chairs. Like the moment you sit in them, you can
Oh,
feel
yeah.
the uncomfortableness of them. So, definitely.
Right.
All
So
right.
is that basically what we got as far as Wurm updates go?
Pretty
The
well. I
combat
mean,
update.
you got to remember that the animal husbandry update came out in May. And it was only just the end of last month that
It's
we
a while
got
ago.
our most recent tweak to the animal husbandry update. So it's hard to tell whether or not, like it still even doesn't feel done. Like it feels like there's going to be more tweaks to the animal husbandry update, or at least I feel like there needs to be more tweaks.
Well, let's take a look at the animal husbandry update. That seems to be the most controversial here. And so I've been in a position in a new job over the last, let's say, I don't know, 3-4 months, and it got me a little like it's more based on in software updates. Not exactly like Wurm, but I can understand where they're coming from. And the first question that I'd have with the animal husbandry update, if I was part of the team, is, okay, what is the goal of this update? What will it change from a perspective of a user base is gonna go into update? What is it going to improve? How is it going to change the gameplay, short term and long term, for the players? What has it done? So now, like you said that you've been able to fester in this update over the last, what is that, 5 months?
Pretty well.
What gameplay elements has been changed because of the animal husbandry update that's been a positive influence on the game?
Like I would say that. So okay, here's the problem: is I don't quite know exactly how to answer that, in the sense that I don't breed animals, so that's not part of my regular gameplay. So from my perspective, the way I'm perceiving the change is mostly in the fact that the horses that I have, the hell horses that I have to use to pull the carts and whatever, there was like a slight change in terms of like the speeds of everything immediately after the change. So like right away I noticed all my carts went slower. And that was about it. That's as far as I experienced the change. Pretty much. Everything went slower.
So there's two perspectives that I can see, like when someone were, let's say, to build this sort of animal husbandry update. The first is in how it changes a user's day-to-day interaction with animals. And then the second is how it changes the course of the sort of skill curve, or the
Progression.
let's progression of that animal husbandry update. So those are
Right.
sort of two separate things combined, makes the change.
And Sinsen here is like an expert at this, and he can probably give some insight.
Yeah. So Sinsen, let's see what you're saying. The first one is that it's faster to get a herd going. So you're saying somehow, let's say from the day-to-day perspective, you can get a couple horses and then in a shorter amount of time, get those horses up to some sort of progress where you have the right type of horses that you want. But once you get to that point, you're saying it's actually harder to stay there?
Right, because remember back in the day, once you had all your 5 speeds and they had the right traits and you have the right skill, and you would breed, let's say you did breed 10 pairs, right? Out of the 10 animals that came out, if you would get like a decent number of them, like maybe 7 of them would be good, right? And you might have to kill off a few. I think now it's a lower number that is good. I don't know exactly what that number is, but I think it's probably more like, correct me if I'm wrong, probably something like in the 30% range. So you're killing off a lot more, even at high skill.
So
it could be 30 to 50, I don't know.
Does anybody know what the goal of the animal husbandry update was? What did it provide the community with? Or like, what was the goal? Does anybody know that? Was there a specific goal that the devs had in mind for the animal husbandry update, and did they achieve that goal?
I don't know if like what the full scope of the goal was, but I know that one portion of the goal was to make it so that it was worthwhile to raise your animal husbandry skill up higher. Because before, once you had about 50 or 60 skill, it seemed like that was giving you the best outcome, and that if you raised your animal husbandry skill higher than that, it was actually felt detrimental in that it would introduce random skills into your herd that you might not otherwise want. Now, I don't know to what extent that fixed it, but I know that was one of the goals.
Okay.
Like, what happens?
Sense, right?
Right. What happens now if you're like a really high skill and let's say you only want 4 traits? Like, is it possible to keep just a herd of 4 traits with really high skill, or is it still introducing a 5th and 6th, like filling up? Because the way it works now is that it works on a point system. If you examine a horse, I wonder. I don't think I'll be able to do this on this character because this character doesn't really have animal husbandry. But I think Xander has a little bit. So if I examine this horse, inspect animal, so I can't see all of the traits, but I can see that each of the traits that I can see have points associated with them. And so now it works on a point system where you, based on your skill, a horse or animal can only have up to a certain number of points. I think it's equal to your skill.
And one of the things that, I mean, if I was going to do this animal husbandry update, probably things that we've talked about in the past, the first thing I would have thought of was, okay, in 2012, the way that I got my animal husbandry skilled was I took a brush and I just used it on horses.
Yep.
Over and over again. So if I was going to touch it, I want to switch that up. I want to make it more dynamic of a way, more ways that you can do your day-to-day animal husbandry. Did that change? Is there like cool new ways to skill up animal husbandry?
There was a way added a while ago, well before the animal husbandry update, that offered a viable way of alternatively skilling up, and that was shearing sheep. But that was back when sheep got added, right? Like,
yeah, that's not part of the animal husbandry update.
No, that's not part of the
That was
update.
A change at some point over the last
6 or 7
however
years, or
many
whatever
years.
it was. Yeah.
Okay.
So now you have 2 options: shearing sheep or grooming all animals. But
so
I
that
think
clearly was
same.
not part of the goal of this change or the vision of this change.
Right.
So animal
So
husbandry. Did they call it an update?
Yeah, update. The things you do to keep your animals is basically the same things you did before the update.
Okay.
The only difference,
And then
and since then saying, is that it just seemed it's more random number generated based in terms of the outcome of the breeding.
And that feels like a step back to me. Do other people feel that, or like I'm not doing it? So is that a step forward? Does that feel better?
I can't imagine that it feels better. I mean, before it felt great once you had a nice herd going. It just, I think the main issue before was that it didn't feel like there was anywhere to move after that. There was no additional things to look forward to once you got your herd all set up and that your skill was about 50 or 60 and you were happy with the 5 or 6 traits that were coming out. That was the end of progression for that skill.
So far from this update, I'm hearing that they did not touch the day-to-day interactions with these animals for the most part. They did not touch the way that you skill up or interact with these animals to skill up. So I'm assuming they concentrated on the progression part of the animal husbandry and gave a bit more content. So I understand that they didn't add to the content. From my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, they changed the content and then added on top of the change.
Yeah, I feel like there's some other small slight changes. Like, for example, they added output traits. So animals that produce materials for you, that got kind of buffed in the sense where you can now breed a herd that will output more resources. Milk, leather, I'm not sure what else got, it's like wool, these types of things. And that offers like something for people to do where if that's your goal, then you can breed, let's say, your sheep herd to give more milk and give more wool, for example, and make your cows produce more leather and that sort of stuff. So that's one thing that was added, I'd say. Oh yeah, and then in the chat, so Regenation's saying they added a new inspect animal menu thing. There was also a couple other small things, like for example, equipping and unequipping your animals is much more user friendly, where you can now just drag the equipment onto the horse and right click the horse and unequip.
I like that. I've always wanted to have to take more things out of the event window and to bring it into something, but specifically for animal husbandry, people wanted a way to organize their animals or to like have an interface where it makes it easier to make it more of a game, make it less of a chore, sort of thing. I'm assuming that didn't really happen with the changes that I'm hearing, but I like the idea that I guess one of their goals was, let's make skilling matter past whatever level 60 or whatever it is, level 50. So that they seem to have done that, which is good. The second goal might have been, let's make the output of horses, or let's make the different animals matter more than horses. Like in the sense that let's give each certain animals different properties that make them more appealing for certain situations. Did that happen? I feel like that kind of happened.
Make like different traits. Sorry, say that again. To make different traits. What was it?
To make different animals matter more than horses. More useful, right? Like in different scenarios. So you're not thinking horses are for everything. Like we used to.
They kind of did, but more so in the fact that they added a new animal. Actually, 2 new animals. They added the donkeys and the mules, and then those donkeys and mules sort of like got integrated into the sort of hierarchy in a way where it seems like mules are much better at draft than horses are,
Okay.
kind of thing, right?
But and as they're designing these things, this is probably what they're thinking. Right? Well, let's try to get some more variety in our animals, and then let's try to get some more variety in our horses. Right? And that's probably sprung up the whole change that whatever happened with all the different traits. Meaning, horses are going to be more varied, and you can determine what kind of you want to specialize these horses into. So in theory, this is probably their goals. So now that it's been like 5 months, do you guys feel they've accomplished those goals?
I mean, maybe
let's
to a
say,
limited
practice,
extent.
and then maybe in
Maybe.
perception, because perception matters as well.
Perception does matter. I think that overall, the perception is that the overall update was a little bit underwhelming. I mean, it did touch some things, and it did make some quality of life improvements. It did make it so that it's easier to start out animal husbandry. But I feel like people were hoping for a more wide sweeping change, especially when it was first announced. Like, I was kind of imagining that they would be changing the taming system in addition, to the animal husbandry. I kind of felt like the scope should have been larger, and then it ended up not being. And so I think a lot of the perception issues stem from the fact that, I think the last time you were on the stream, we were saying this, like, we dream big, and the devs don't spend time to temper those expectations.
I mean, the messaging is very important. And from what you're telling me, and I don't know if everybody else feels this, they've been severely lacking on that sort of message to the user base.
And this is something we can discuss later, but yeah, that's definitely. And hey, Bunloose, what's going on? And let's see, Regan says mules can have good draft traits, and that is true. Mules are great draft. They seem to be in second in the hierarchy of things. So mules are pulling faster than horses and faster than everything else except for hell horses. Seems like hell horses are the best. Let me see. Somebody was saying, who was it? Since then, you were saying you have a 4-speed mule. It's not great. Can't imagine it being great.
And when we say mules are for drafting, are they better than horses used to be before the change on carts or wagons? And are they?
I think so.
And then just to, because we know carts and wagons, like there's a whole bunch of properties, right? It's not just like, is it faster? Is it not faster? It's, is it faster for longer during their like burst speed? Or do they go faster uphill? Do they go, is there a base speed increase? Can mules do anything else with the...
So the uphill question is, I don't think there's anything that... There's no trait, it seems, that makes things go better, faster uphill. Bisons can have draft traits. But mules do trump bison because bison, you still can't put gear on them. I really feel like there was like
an oversight.
Right, it's an oversight, but I feel like it's like what they were focused on the mule and donkey, but they didn't change any of the other animals. Like another animal that got left out of the thing was unicorns. Like unicorns didn't seem to get touched at all. So I felt like that's a problem. And bison didn't get touched at all. And so bison are kind of like still low tier animals when it comes to pulling because you can't put gear on them. And I think that bison and mules are about the same if there was no gear. But still feel like horses are better than ungeared bison. Because you can gear
When
the
they first
horses to
announced
go
this
faster.
update last year, wasn't the perception that it wasn't an animal husbandry update, but it was an animal update
Right.
in general?
Their wording was animal keeping update, and when they made that wording, it really felt like it was giving the sense that they were going to adjust the way animals work entirely. But in the end, it just turned out to be an animal husbandry update, which I think they could have easily just said that.
Right. And I think the rest of the changes to animals, as far as I'm aware, are more just like ease of use type of changes.
Yeah.
Making it
Quality of
easier
life.
on a quality of life changes, and not really changes to the actual systems.
Yeah,
Or
and then like
how.
tweaks, right? There's tweaks. Like
Yeah.
for example, the draft, the fact that there's draft traits now, and then Sinsen is saying here that it's much better than horses used to be. So draft horses now are better than draft horses used to be, and mules are better than horses. Yeah. And hey, Drogos, what's going on? And I think Dizzy Lurker also joined, and you said, I guess increased resources for animals is kind of cool, but people can solve that by just doubling the amount of animals they keep. So either breed like crazy or get new traits or double the animals, but doubling animal count is bad for the server. Yeah, I guess so. Like, it is nice that they added that output trait thing. I'm sure that there's going to be some people who want to take advantage of that, and it gives them something to work towards that's different than, let's say, just making animals for pulling your cart or riding, for example. So I think that's kind of cool.
So it's good. Yeah, they must have overall, I would say, accomplished what they set out to accomplish. And then maybe the issue is in the messaging.
It is very possible that that's where the issue is.
Because I can't see them getting to the end of this and saying like, oh, we wanted to do so much more and just, we wanted to do this and then we ended up not doing that and we did this instead. Right? What they set out to do, they did. So
And here's the thing is that we will never know really the answer to that, because it's hard to know when they don't tell us what their intention is.
and that's where the issue comes in, right?
Yeah.
And from what you're telling me, they were supposed to again come out with some sort of news about what they are working on, and that hasn't happened yet. So they're apparently a little late on that.
So Sinsen is like mentioning the Impelung because it's not as depressing as a subject, but I think that there is a non-depressing ending to this conversation, because it does seem like the dev team is well aware of the issues that have been happening over the past year or so in terms of communication and so on. And they seem to be making adjustments to their like way that they're handling things, right? Like the communication recently has been, okay, we understand that our communication in the past has been a problem and we're working towards rectifying that issue. We are, and so the fact that they're identified that as a problem and that they are going to be looking for solutions there is a positive. And my hope is that the upcoming changes to the way that they communicate is going to sort of solve the main issues that we've been experiencing as players. I know that's probably going to be a slow going process. Hey, Gath, what's going on? And it probably will take a few rounds of communication before they start getting it right. But at least things are looking up in that regard.
That's good. It's good that they're aware of the issue and that they're actively trying to solve it, which is great. And then that's just my message to them. Like, it's not about the updates. It is all about the perception of the updates
Hmm.
So yeah, and you can solve that with your messaging.
For sure.
So yeah,
So
the
yeah,
Impelong. There's always
the Impelong.
Impelongs going on. There must be a ton of Impelongs. So many more than when we first started. I believe there's only like 1 or 2 a year. How many are there
Right.
these days? There's like a
Well,
spring one.
For sure, when we started, there was only one a year, and that was like the case for quite a few years. But
Yeah.
what's very exciting is that the very first Impelong on the new servers is upcoming.
Okay. So where's that going to be? Which server?
It's going to be on Cadence, and there's, it's at a really like well-established deed. On one stream that I was just wandering around on Cadence, I think I was looking for a hunting spot at the time, and I stumbled upon this thing. I started exploring it, and it was quite impressive what they had built over there. It's called Rogue's Cathedral. On Cadence, it's located. Let's see, I can find it on the map. Cadence, somewhere. You see this little heart-shaped bay? Okay, it's on the west side of that, somewhere in this vicinity here. Okay, so it's like a nice, easy access. You can bring your boat in. Not sure how easy it is to bring like big boats through this area, but you can always just park up in the top left of this inlet and just walk around. But pretty sure NARS and all those other things can get through there. So it's a nice, convenient spot, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Nice. When is that Impelong happening?
Good question. It's definitely soon, like in a week or so.
In October, like a Halloween one?
It is a Halloween one. So let's look on the forums here. Town Square.
Wait, does that mean that there's going to be one on the old server and the new servers?
Yeah, so there's going to be one on the old servers at the same-ish time. Okay, so the one on the new servers is happening on October 24th to the 30th. Okay, so that week right leading up to Halloween. And it is a Halloween Impelong. My hope is that the devs set out the Halloween event leading up to that. Like that's something I'm really looking forward to. But there is also one happening on the new servers. It's the same one that happened last year on the new server, old servers rather, and that is the new Festival Cove Halloween Haunted House Impelong, being held by Vooch. And
it's Vooch again. Hey, so he did last year's.
Yeah, he did last year's.
And apparently they went really well. I mean, we were there.
Yeah, we went.
We did our chess game, and then the one thing. Apparently, they did a really good fireworks display, and then no one recorded it. So that's still the case.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. No one recorded that, and apparently, it was a really, really well done fireworks event. So hopefully, they are able to scrounge together enough fireworks to do another one and record it. But yeah, more than likely, though, I think that we will be attending the new server one. We might not make it to the old server just because we don't play on the old servers. Really, our characters over there are kind of put to sleep over there.
Sell it to me. This Impelong on the NFI.
Yeah, actually, just one more thing is that it seems like the dates for Vooch's is before Halloween. It's on October 22nd to the 25th. Okay, so it won't go all the way to Halloween. Slightly different dates. Okay, let's sell an Impelong then. Yeah, Bunloose. For sure. This is something very good for new players. Let's see here. What was Jazulurker saying here? It says, that's true. Maybe what they gave us was actually what they initially wanted to deliver. My problem is that in that case, they heavily oversold their upgrade. I mean, if it's not the start, if it were for the stock market, it's the norm to oversell your statements. But in game development, communication is very bad to oversell. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Did they oversell it, or was it the fact that they didn't mention what the heck they were doing gave the perception of it being more than what it would have been? Or did they come out like, and their messaging was like, we're gonna do all of this cool stuff, and then they did not do any of that cool stuff?
Right. I don't think so. I think it was just that they didn't say what they were going to do specifically. Like, there was some basic vague generalities, but of course, when you make vague generalities, everybody's mind goes wild with what it could be, right? Like, for example, based on what they've said with the exploration update, people are making wild conclusions as to what the update is going to be, right? And once you let people's imaginations run wild, it's really hard to rein that in unless you actually give more specifics.
Set your expectations, or set our expectations. That's what we need. Because what is the exploration update? That's the next big update, right? And that sounds amazing, because that could be
no idea.
Anything. Anything.
Right. Could be anything still.
Everybody here, like all of us here, if we were to say what we thought the exploration update would be, we would get pretty heavily varied answers, I would say.
Very varied answers, yeah, totally.
Even between us.
I've heard people say,
that's,
like...
scary.
Right. People saying, like, treasure hunting. People saying, like, troll villages or goblin villages that we would raid. That war machines might become a thing because we have to go bring our war machines to go destroy troll villages. Like, but the wording of the messaging that we're getting is that it's going to offer more random encounters, right? So, like, when they say that, it's like such a general phrase, like random encounters, and us as players just fill in the blanks. What could random encounters mean? And there's like could mean a whole ton of different things.
Pretty sure when I've heard random encounters, that was like Guild Wars 2 speak when they were marketing that game.
Right.
And so like, is that what we're getting?
I don't know. Like, it was like, for example, those mini rifts that they added, that, by the way, I've never encountered one of those mini rifts yet. But like, that's a random encounter, like just running along and all of a sudden, boom, there's a mini rift right there.
Right.
Right. And since then brings up another topic of discussion, maybe we'll talk about all these things in more detail as we move forward. But saying you saw Damona's post just to say that the communication with the sponsors for the competition is slow, so the rewards are slow. Those kinds of updates are great. Totally. But at the same time, what they do is they kind of give a glimpse into what's actually going on in the background. Like, when was that update, when was that contest announced, like, started? It's like forever ago. And
they took a while to do the competition.
Right.
And,
it took a while to do the competition, but what they're saying now is that the prizes are not yet solidified. They don't have the prizes to give out yet. They still need to go back to the sponsors to work out how to collect the prizes. It's like that wasn't worked out.
This is the first competition of this style. I guess they'd have to work out these things, and
right.
Because their planning wasn't the best, but there's a learning experience for them, I hope. So the goal, I guess, out of all of this is, was it successful enough for them to do another one?
I don't know. Depends on what their metric of success is.
Right. And I mean, the metric should be, did it engage the audience? Did it engage us enough to add value to Wurm Online?
It definitely engaged the audience, although the question is like, is the money that they are putting towards the prizes, did that pay back? You know, did that add value in that way? And I kind of feel
Wurm, like I don't know if this is true. Where the contest itself wasn't in game. So like the content they're providing with these competitions has nothing to do with something that you would do within the game. Let's say like an event in the game that we would all have to go to, a tournament, the horse race, the boat races, all these things that players do. Where like the developers are like not touching that or being part of that.
Yeah, that is interesting. It would be nice if there was an in-game
It's kind of
event.
interesting that it's like that.
Mm-hmm. They have done in-game events like that. Like in the past, there were like, for example, the Independence anniversary event. Apparently, that was in-game. It was kind of like a, what do you call it, scavenger hunt or some kind. I didn't go to it, so I don't know exactly the details. But and then in the end, there was a prize. It was essentially a little like statue of Dragonfang Mountain.
Yeah, they like maybe that's what they mean by exploration update. Maybe they mean like more events that
Right.
We're just throwing more ideas, more events like that happen daily, weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, like all, and like different events that are taking place all across Wurm that you can attend or like encounter.
Right. That would be cool. Although I have a feeling that's not what we're should be expecting.
And Reaganation, oh my god. So today, I mean, it's been a little while, so I opened up the launcher and I, for the first time, saw the image of the lantern. I thought, that's so cool. Like they're devoted to improving the experience of our Wurming experience by improving the look of the lantern. And then I read that it was a skin. Does that mean, like, do you think it's time to get rid of the skin system? The question is like, why? Like, what is it accomplishing?
Right.
By providing a better looking something to like as a loyalty reward.
Right. Maybe we should just like briefly discuss what the skin system is. So they added this quite a long while ago, where every month they're going to introduce a new skin to the game. The way you obtain the skin is by spending loyalty marks. Those loyalty marks you accumulate every time that you pay for premium or buy silver from the shop. So every time you pay money, you'll get some loyalty marks. And you can check those loyalty marks by typing /balances. Okay, so I currently have 39,000 loyalty marks. Now, every month that you premium, you get like a bunch of marks. And I think that's enough to buy the monthly skin if you like. And so the monthly skin is something you spend these loyalty marks on. You get an item that allows you to apply that to an item in the game to change the way it looks. They are time limited. So once the skin is off, like every month it gets to a new skin. So once the old skin is gone, you can no longer obtain it. And that's it. If you want your item to look a certain way, you just go to get the skin and you just apply it.
On the surface, it sounds all right. Like other games probably have done something similar. Maybe not to this extent, I would say. Because where do you draw the line? And actually, I wanted to bring up, since then you said finding a wild horse is a random encounter. Imagine that's the update. Exploration update. You can find more animals now.
Right. I actually have no problem finding wild hell horses. I'm finding that finding a wild horse. Well, hell horses, I don't feel like ever had problems. Like as long as you live near a step, some steps anyway. Some steps, just the one that's near us actually, just hell horses just keep popping up. But like horses in general, just regular horses, I feel like there's nowhere where regular horses spawn naturally, and that's a problem.
So anyway, so the problem that I
Back to
have
this,
with
the
this
skins.
skinning system is like,
Mm.
okay, where is the line? I'm assuming there's not like some sort of established line of what they're gonna do. They're improving the graphics on a per purchase basis, essentially. Like where's that? Imagine, like where's the line before people start really rebelling, right? Could they redo our character avatars and then put it behind a paywall like this? Would
You
that
want
be
the
okay? Because
new
that's essentially the same thing, right? Like,
right?
have a better looking you for 37,000 loyalty points.
Right. I think that is going a little too far, but I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to say like there is a line at which people would not be happy with this. What's interesting is that a lot of people do like the skin system. They're like go hog wild over it. And I think it comes from there's some kind of like human psychology that is being played around with here. It's the same psychology that allows skins in, let's say, a game like Fortnite to be monetizable. People just have this need to have that new looking, greater looking thing, and they'll go head over heels to try to get it, no matter what it is that they do to get it.
I don't think it was the right thing to do
Right.
skins. Right? I think it would have made a lot more sense in something like Wurm to do more items that have no gameplay value, but something that you can add into the world as like furniture or something like a trinket or something like that
Decorational.
Or like this is how they started, right? Like the mask. The whole mask thing was like it doesn't do anything, but it makes you look cool. Stuff like that. The hat that doesn't do anything but makes you look cool.
I would totally be in favor of something like that if they changed the skin
people
system
would get
to
more excited for that.
Right.
Wouldn't they?
I totally agree with that. Like so instead of a skin system, they have like, things like the things that they make for the gifts that they do. Like
okay, so
like
how about this simple thing? Okay, imagine right now the lantern wasn't a skin, but a different item completely that you can get. How would you react to that?
I totally would think that would at least make it a little bit better in my mind in terms of like what these things are. Maybe we should say like why we might be so against the skin system. Right? Like I'm against the skin system to the level at which I'm literally boycotting it. I actually really liked the look of the staff skin, and because my main weapon is a staff on this character, I was like tempted to actually get the skin, but I literally resisted that temptation simply because I am personally boycotting the skin system. And the reason I'm boycotting it is because I think it really detracts a lot of the meaningfulness that a lot of players get out of this game. Right? Like in this game, the things that are meaningful to players are the things that they put hard work towards. And the skin system seems to circumvent that. You get this awesome looking thing, and all you need to do is pay some money to get some marks, and you have this awesome looking thing. Right? Like it's the same reason why people are against cash shops that give cosmetic items.
Right. Right. And Tuxie and Drogo's this the reason it's more about the perception, right? And it's exactly what Nin here is saying. Imagine they do skins for like every single item in the game, and every single item is like behind this paywall. Where's the line? Like they could have replaced the entire game with a better looking version of the game. Instead, they put every item behind some sort of paywall. And that's really sort of the issue, like a one-off or something that they did in smaller doses, might make sense. Uh, Personally, how I would have liked to see these skins, like just because what I'd want to do, okay, if they're going to invest the time and money into artwork, I want to see that transition into some form of gameplay mechanic, right? Because that's what
Mm.
we do in the game. We want to see it. So instead of skins, so let's just use the lantern as example or the staff. I'd want that to be a variation of the lantern that we currently have that we could create if we were good enough in lantern making,
Right.
right? So like you start off with the small lantern and then you're like uh get the right pieces and like the progress. This is the progress to the lantern. Like that to me makes sense because I've as a developer I've invested time in all these I basically made my game better by doing that, and the hopes that monetarily people will stick around longer to play my game. And sort of by doing it the way that they're doing it, it's it on the surface and maybe short term might have some sort of monetary value, but
It,
long term, I don't think
here,
that it's very
so if I can, I'm just
financially
gonna like
viable for us.
right to comment on what you guys are commenting, Drogos and Tuxi. Like, what's the difference between, let's say, a skin versus like an item? I'm not saying that the item is the way to go. I'm just saying that if it was an item, it would feel better than if it was a skin, and the reason is because the items in the game are things that you work hard towards making good, and it just seems like by spending money to make them look better as well detracts from the hard work that another person who can't, let's say, afford that skin. Whereas if it's an item, a decorational item that has no functionality other than looking nice, then it removes that element of gaining an advantage in
Right.
the
That
game. To anyway, like, but that's besides the point. The point is that I still feel like making them items is still not solving the problem, which you guys are like nicely putting out there. That the problem seems to be that they're time limited, so that the asset that the devs spend time creating basically becomes unused after a while. Like,
goes away.
it
Yeah.
goes away, right? So like, how many people have like the item skinned from like years ago? Actually, nobody on the new servers, for example, can access skins from way from the past. And you know, and maybe to piggyback on what Brian was saying, I kind of feel like maybe even a better system, and I'm not saying this is the perfect system, but a better system might be that you can purchase with marks the ability to craft something in the game. And maybe not it being that month that you can craft it that month, but let's say I now permanently, my character can craft the lantern to look like something else, for example. Like, so when I go to make a lantern, now I have an option. Do you want to make a regular looking lantern, or do you want to make it look like this new lantern? I wouldn't say that making that time limited is a good idea either. So like, I don't know.
I mean, for me, it's not really about the item. It's or about the skin. It's about the system in general and what they're
Right.
putting in the system. Because I'm all about progress. So like I feel strongly that the biggest weakness of Worm is in its progress. Uh,
Yeah, the
and
progression
like
system.
if you're if the progression system of just a player in the game as a user, I want more progress. And just as a observer, I see. I mean, we've played this game for long enough that we see the progress of most players. We've played with so many players throughout the year, and we see where the progress is lacking, and that's what we should be attacking, right? As developers, we should be attacking that niche. Like, and Steam highlighted this so well for us, which was great. Was that the fact like, hey, here's so many players that love the game, love the idea of the game, love the concept. It's not the mechanics. People got through the mechanics. People got through all of that stuff. They love the way the game works right now. And then after a few months, they get to the point where like, okay, it's exciting because there's stuff to progress to. And then there comes a point where the lack of content kind of goes away.
Right.
Lack of
And
content goes away. The
let's be clear
content
here.
goes away. And what
Yeah,
does this
yeah.
mean? So let's take a look at a game like World of Warcraft. It's extremely easy to tell in that progression if they had a gaping hole of content, like EverQuest, like because you're just like you're going to a different area, like everything's progressing. Like imagine like one of the continents was just like not there, and the developer would be like, oh, well, there's a continent not there. I need to
Well,
create like a world here for people to now progress to the next thing and get higher level. A game like Worm, it's harder to see where the holes are.
I
Right?
think that the
Where are the
analogy.
holes?
So, like, I see what you're saying, but I don't know if it's clearly coming out because, like, it would be like, and I think you said this on the last time that we were hanging out together on stream, was that, let's say in World of Warcraft, it's like if what you were fighting at the level 1 to 10 zone, like if that stuff and how you were doing it was like the same as in the 40 to 50 zone, like
Yeah.
you're using the same abilities, it wouldn't feel like you're progressing. And when we were talking about progression here, what we're talking about is that your character is growing in a way where it has new things that it can do. Okay, your character has new abilities, new things, and you know of those things as you're working towards them. Like you're like, okay, I'm going to be spending my time doing this because then my character will permanently then be able to do that, and that's going to help out the next stage of what I'm working towards, right? And you're constantly doing this thing where your character is constantly improving. You're constantly looking for that next thing that you want to be looking to improve your character on. At some point in this game, what happens is that all of the major milestones occur. You can ride a horse, you can, do all the things that you want to be able to do, load stuff into your cart. And then there's like this massive gaping hole of all that's left to do is increase these numbers here to make it so that you can improve items to, just a slightly better amount. And I don't think
Right.
that that's good enough progress to maintain.
Yeah. That's where they should be focusing their effort on personally. That's how I feel as a user. And it's also how I feel as if I was going to develop this game. What I'm saying is, uh, there's a bunch of milestones in this game, yeah, that I'm hoping that they realize that once you're finished those milestones, that's when most people leave. So if they were really trying to figure out how do we get more people to play this game, the answer is not put this on Steam. The experiment was putting it on Steam to figure out what the problem is. The problem is that like they have this hole in the game where when players reach this certain stage in progress, they have to fill in more stuff for those people to do. And that's what I really hope that they focus on, because man, knowing Steam, the Steam release showed us that people love this game, and they just get to a point where they just don't know what they're going to do after a
Right.
certain point.
Right.
Because
Okay.
think of this, and this is the last thing
Okay.
I'll say, because
Okay.
we all love this game and we want it to succeed. And the only people that remain are the people that look past all of this stuff. So, and we get blinded by it because we don't understand why other people are leaving.
Right.
Why are they leaving? There's so much more numbers that we can raise, more
Right.
items that we can create, and but I don't know. We've been here long enough that we realize that the best experiment is this. Let's say we wanted to say free to play players, we should increase their free level to level 30. Let's just increase it to level 30. Why would you be against that?
So yeah, this was like okay. So but before we get into that, because I definitely want to talk about that. But before we get into that, I just want to like I'm like we have been not doing these conversations between us in a while, right? So you know
Yeah.
we're a little bit rusty, right? So and just reflecting on the past, because we've been streaming for now an hour or so. Reflecting on that past hour, I feel like we blew through like a ton of topics. Like we just went topic.
Probably. Yeah. A lot of
Yeah,
topics.
right. Just like we just like one topic to the next, and so I kind of just want to back up a little bit because I'm sensing that, like, based on the comments that are happening here, um, there's still a little bit more to be said about the cosmetic items skins.
Mm.
And I just want to linger there for just one more second because there's the thing about the time limited thing, right? And it's like people's. So Paraju says people are madly searching. Oh no, sorry, for old shield skins right now. But there was another thing that was said that was related to that, which was right here, Drogos. You were saying it is a driving factor for some people to have items that no one else can get anymore, which they solved with monthly skins, right? So like this does seem like a thing where people have this natural tendency, right, to want to have something in a game where nobody else can get it anymore. And I wonder, like, if that is that a thing that can maintain, let's say, player population, or that can maintain a financial success of the game, right? Like somebody comes in and the fact that they can get an item that now, like this month, that later nobody else will be able to get that item again. Okay, now I have that item, and months later I'm like sitting there, ha ha ha, I have this item and nobody else can get it. Like, to what level does that item that person has like keep that player playing the game, you know? Like I'm wondering, like, is that something that's helping? Because like in this game there's items that do similar things that aren't time limited. For example, all of the Drake gear and the dragon gear kind of has that same effect, right? When somebody gets a dragon armor set, like they have that same feeling, okay, I got something that very few other people are going to be able to get, right? It's like very valuable, very rare, and that adds value to that person's experience in the game. They can walk around and strut their stuff, and it's like adds much more protection when they're fighting. There's a lot of functional reasons why you can walk faster than in an equivalent other set of armor. And I would say that in the sense that the dragon gear adds that functionality, there is an impetus for that player to continue playing because of the fact that they have that item. Like I felt that when I got my dragon set on the old servers, like this is valuable and adds functionality. In my mind, I equated that to progression. Permanently now, my character can walk faster in this armor and get really good protection from that armor. That's like an extra superpower that my character has that didn't have before. But my sense is that these monthly skins don't carry with it that equivalent sense. And what I would suggest, if I were to suggest an improvement to the monthly skin system, is one where these skins can be created kind of similarly to what I was mentioning before, where I now have the ability to create these new things. So grant me this ability. Now my character has this new thing that it can do. And then possibly even make it so that those items have a little bit more something than the previous items. Like the fact that I can create these extra cool looking items that maybe have an extra cool functionality would add a certain sense of progression. And then to balance that, they can make it so that it's harder to make those items. You know, like make it so that those items require a special material in order to craft it that I have to go and get in a specific way. Maybe through a new exploration random encounter. I don't know.
You know what? It's not about the item for me. It's not about the time limit for me. I mean, that's not great.
Yes.
Just in general as a tactic, it sounds great so it sounds great for some users in theory, but it's actually not. I don't feel like it's actually good for the company in general. Like, imagine, like, you're not rewarding new players that are going to come in and play. Whatever. Anyway, like, if your goal was as a company to make money, it would make more sense if you had like a ton of items that you can, like a pool of crazy amount of items, skins that you could every month you can choose one of. Right, that makes more sense as a company perspective. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe a user perspective, depending on which way you sway. But if I was a developer, I'm like, okay, I could potentially provide 30 items to show for a user that comes into the game and wants to spend money on loyalty points, or I can show them one. A new player doesn't care that there used to be all of this stuff that you could have gotten. And Drogos, you're saying you don't think that that, like, let's say Drake or Dragon Scale is rare, but you guys are still playing on the old server, right? So it was rare in the sense that how you got it was rare, and the system in place that over time it becomes less and less rare throughout the game. So it's been long enough in the old servers that it's now not really
I also feel like
rare
there were some
per player
changes that were
count.
like back in 2015 or so, or maybe it was 14. They
Mhm.
made the changes to the uniques where they became no longer unique. And I think when they made that change, that's when dragon sets had the potential to become not as rare as before. Right? So uh, I know, like, I always do this. I always, like, some update happened years ago and it's like changing my perspective. Like, but my perspective before that time would have been that because uniques were truly that, they were truly unique in that once they were dead, they never respawned. Okay? This created what we might consider now a time limited opportunity where once the drakes are killed, there is no more drakes to add resources to the game. And now it's a limited resource. I think under that system, it made Drake gear have a lot of value, and also the dragon gear, and that value kept going up over time until they reworked the whole thing. Now,
What was it good for the game?
Was the change good for the game, or was that old system good for the game?
The old system.
The old
Because
system was
the way that you're talking. Remember, the old way you're talking is like, okay, it's good for people that want something really rare.
right.
It's good for people that want that item that I can now no longer get.
Exactly. Yes.
Now, so it's good for that. But was it good for the game?
I think having items that are really rare are good for the game, but you're right. Like there were some issues with that system that made it, what's the word? Like there were people who had power, and it caused an imbalance in that, which definitely drove some drama that was not good for the game.
It's not comparing the two, Drogos. It's about comparing the feeling of the two.
Right. So what we're trying to get at is, what is the motivation for wanting the next shiny thing, and how could the game be sort of adjusted so that it still has that feeling of like, I can get that rare item that few other people will, that it takes a lot of hard work to get there, and not everybody's going to be going through that hard work to get it. How do we add that without making it something that we can just purchase with money, right? If it's something that you just, I'll just put $5 down and I can get that item that functions in that way that I have this rare item that nobody else can get anymore, for example. Like,
Anyway.
how can we put that into the game in a way that makes sense?
Yeah, I like your comment, since you're saying, like, how would a bunch of volunteers pull off updates to make it so that they produce content that people will use? That's essentially what you're saying. And then you say, like, do we put more hard cap things? Do we, like, I mean, that's the question, right? That's the question in their minds, I'm assuming.
Right.
Like, how do we, like, for the few of us, how do we make content that people will want to play, that so that they stay in the game? That's the goal
It's
of
a
it all,
hard
right?
question.
And that's a hard question to ask. And I mean, we don't have to follow through with our ideas, but they do,
Right.
and they
We
have
can
been.
come up with we can
And
come up
then
with
we can, like,
wild dreams.
we can objectively talk about their ideas on whether it's succeeding in that goal.
Yeah.
And but other than that, yeah, I mean, it is up to the few people on board that are slated, and they're not all volunteers. There's I'll say the only people working in dev in the game at the moment I would say are mostly paid employees, and to some extent.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if there's that many volunteers left that are
I feel
programming the
like,
game.
yeah, in terms of the programming side of things, I really don't think there's volunteers anymore. I know there's volunteers on other things, though.
But that's besides the point, right? It's like,
Yeah.
that's the goal of any piece of software. Like, how do we do something that would yield the biggest value for the most amount of players in the shortest amount of time? Right?
And is
That's
the
the
answer to that
ultimate goal.
question
Not an,
VR?
we don't know, right?
Yeah, you'd argue that the game already has exclusive items. They're fantastic items. There's even a tier of it which
Oh
Supremes are
yeah,
kind of almost exclusive, but not really. I don't think the game not having exclusive items is an issue. Totally. I definitely
totally
agree
agree
with
with that.
that. The rare system
We
actually is
remember
quite
when the rare
successful.
system, yeah, we remember when it came into the game,
Hmm.
and uh, it was great. Like, no
Very
one
successful.
complained
Yeah.
about it. Very successful.
Hmm.
Still successful to this day, I would assume.
Yeah,
Very
I
little
agree.
changes have been made to it. Tweaks, I would assume, here and there.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very good for the game.
Right, but like it's been a long
I
time
mean,
since we've gotten an update
that
that
was a
had that impact.
2012.
Right.
That was a 2012 update when we in that first year we started playing.
Like I guess what we're trying to say here is that we wish that when they go to tackle new systems, they do it with the sort of scope in mind that the rarity system kind of had. And I feel like they more recently have gone away from that mentality and are
Yeah.
replacing it with something else that isn't as engaging, at least for us.
And that's okay. Like, I mean, it's not an easy question to answer, right? I mean, all we can do is review what they've done this year, animal husbandry updates and the combat updates, and say, man, like, looking back retrospectively at these changes, did it provide the goal of bringing people into the game and playing for longer?
There,
That's essentially what the goal is, right?
on some metric that they would have been successful in that degree. Like there have been a lot of new people who tried the game over the last year. Like probably a lot more in the
Which is
past
great.
year compared to any other year in the before that, which is great. And time will tell whether or not the things that they're doing have kind of like
Yeah, right.
changed.
And as players, we can't wait, right? Can't wait
Mm-hmm.
for the next change. Can't wait
The
to
next
just get a
change, yeah,
piece of information about it.
yeah,
We love it. We love this game so much that we just love to talk about the possibilities, let's say. And we all play this game in different ways, right? Right. And just to close off the comment about the whole loyalty system, yeah, my problem with it isn't the loyalty system, or isn't the items that they're providing in the loyalty system. It's just my perspective of the game. And I don't think as many people have the same perspective as me. And I have come to grips with that. The fact that everything that I want to see in this game, I want it to be part of the game world. I want to be immersed in the game world. And so going to a token to me and getting an item to magically appear doesn't, like, they could have solved that for me in my head by just like having some traveler, or making it like the what is it, the NPCs at the yeah, like some NPC that you would have to go to that would offer this item, right? Because to me, then it's like it's immersive and like it's that simple for me, basically. And so everything that they do to try to pull me out of that immersion of the game, it's not like it's the biggest problem. It's just like that one little, like it all adds up, like over time. Like, oh, you're pulling me out a little more and a little more and a little more, and it's more about. It's not about the system.
I'm wondering, and this is completely off topic.
Of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is completely off topic. Is there a way in YouTube to make it so that it just keeps playing, as opposed to stopping and saying, "Are you still there? Do you still want to keep listening?"
Did you try
looking in the settings now?
The same thing, but like the music version of YouTube, music.youtube.com. If that's what you're wanting to do.
Music.youtube.com. I've never been here. Okay, so let's go into here. Let's see what song we are on here.
And I'd love to get to your comment, Drogos, because that is a popular perception, right? Why don't we just, like theme park games, if the goal is to make money? Well, not entirely what they need to do.
Oh,
to
sorry,
keep
let me just...
players in.
Where's the volume control? Hold on.
Oh, God.
Why does the music.youtube not have a volume control? What is up with that?
It's probably in a different spot, maybe.
I'm looking. Oh,
I haven't used it very well.
I see. It's invisible until you hover over it. I see it. Why? Okay, I can lower the volume of that.
Cleaner UI. I don't know. Like, think of this. Okay, theme park games get more players, but they aren't necessarily successful. Right? A lot of theme park games have closed down over the years. A lot. So that's not really like what anybody wants. Obviously, that's not why we're here. But I guess our perspective is that I mean, we've been playing this game since 2012, and we've had a lot of friends in this game that have started with us and have ended with us. And after first maybe 3 or 4 years, no, not even that much, 2 years, we saw a pattern emerge on how players come into this game, get really excited, play this game, and it always starts in a very similar way, and then get to this point where, like, then they're very passionate about it, and then they get to a point where they just disappear. And after a specific amount of time, we wondered, like, well, what is it? Like, they seemed really passionate about this game. Why did they just all of a sudden stop playing? And it was like a cycle. It wasn't just like 1 or 2 people, tens of people that we personally were playing with in our own village and this, and we kind of started becoming curious at that time, like we don't see it because we're all still here playing,
right?
So we don't have the perspective, like, well, what was it about those people that, and I'm not talking about the people that played and didn't get it. They didn't play long enough that they didn't get it, like our friend Sasha. He played,
Right.
didn't understand it. We're not talking about that guy
Right.
or that type of people. We're talking about the people that were like extremely passionate about this game. We could see it in the way they were talking to us. They were on their way. They had all these ideas, and then they stopped.
Right.
Took them a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months.
We have a lot of like people in our minds when we bring up this topic, but like one person that I think most Wurm players can relate to is that streamer, the Lone Shrimp. Like we're talking about that type of player, you know? Fell in love with the game. He was streaming and he would talk about how much this game just like resonated with him. And he was like on his on this path of like he was farming every day. He was like building stuff. He was like had this whole he was building a community, and he fell in love with the game. And then just no longer plays. Right? And we were worried at the time, like maybe it was something in like his life, but like there was he did make some contact, and he did mention like he'll be streaming again. That never happened. And it just like I'm getting the sense that he's in that same group. You know, that group that Brian's talking about.
Many, like it's been enough years and enough people. You know, when you can start counting the amount of people that went through the same exact pattern. Like we saw it enough that's like, oh, there's this exact same pattern. Like they're very, very passionate about it. They're building their skills up. They're building their houses up. They're building this stuff. So we actually spent time. And I remember talking to some of those people after the fact, and just trying to understand like a little more, like what happened, like where you were so into it, and that's where all of these things come from. That's where these discussion points have come from, sort of that scenario, because it's not like we don't need the game to get. Like, we want the game to get better in different ways than, let's say, they would want to get better. So when you're saying, Drogos, just focus on making Wurm better, completely agree.
Yep.
And players will come. The problem is that there are ways to make Wurm better that are different than other ways. So who decides, like, and the person that's deciding what they should make better for Wurm are the developers. And are they tackling this? Basically, are they tackling that particular problem that none of us have? Like, we don't have the problem. I was like, this is like more of a curious, like, why are people leaving the game that we love? Problem. We don't know why. Like, we didn't have this necessarily, like, this issue. And so like we essentially we did like a bunch of research on this without realizing it, and I've came to the conclusion, and this is why we've come to this conclusion now that we've explained it, that there becomes a point in this game where there was a lot of newness. That's the wrong word. Sorry.
It's progression, right? Like it's like you're working towards milestones. Yeah.
And at a certain point, it's like a very hard point where they reach the progression milestone limit, and they log in, and they're basically saying like, what is the next milestone for me? And if you actually break down the game into its milestones, they become so far apart and so few and far between that they kind of just lost interest in it. Right? So it's like, what is that? And so it's like breaking down why, even if that's not true. Let's say that's not true. And some of us would say that that's not true. Like, there's so much more to do. There's so many more milestones to get. Why are so many people have that perspective? And how do we change that perspective? Are there just like small tweaks that they could do to change that perspective? Or is it an actual like issue And so, I mean, you'd have to go down, and we've done this before. I don't know if I want to do it on this stream, but we've broken down every single milestone that people have from the start, from when they start the game to when we see that they are quitting, and then see like what are the next milestones that they would have for them, and seeing if there's any legitimacy to that.
So here, the real hard part about this for us, especially, was we had to think about this from a perspective of a player that isn't like us, right? Because players like us, and Drogos, I think you're in the same group. We are the type of players who make our own milestones for ourselves. We make our own goals, and for the people who can do that, this game is a forever game, right? And we know that there's people like this. There's like a passionate group of players who have been playing this game for long periods of time, and who continue to plan to continue playing this game, right? The thing from it's the same group who's like complaining about the communication, right? It's the same group who is maybe worrying about the progression of or the development of the game, right? Yeah, totally. And so then this was a hard thing for us to swallow. Was we made the realization that the changes that this game needs aren't the changes that we personally, people in this group, want. Right? Because
not
the changes
necessarily.
They
can coalesce together.
They can overlap. Okay? It's true that they can overlap. Right? These are but when we're thinking about what should be done to improve the game so that more people play it, the main changes have to be geared towards those people who
it's not even I wouldn't even call it geared towards them, and I would more call it like if you address them in the right way, you are killing two birds with one stone. We are adding content for players like us to enjoy, while adding content for those players to stick around to also enjoy. Like, what's that content look like? That's the trick, right? What does that content look like? How do you fill in the gaps to allow everyone to enjoy?
And you're writing in that, for example, for us players who love playing the game, what we would love to see is more progression in the development of the game, right? Like, that's what's going to satisfy us. But if there was no development or growth to the game, we would probably still play. Right? Like, I'm perfectly happy to keep playing this game, even if this is the game and this is the game forever. You know? But there's going to be other people who leave the game because for them, their character is not progressing to that next mile. Like, there's no... So yeah, like for the people who... like regular players that you're calling them, I think the majority of people fall into that category. And we see those people leaving the game. So, yeah.
And there you go, Drogos. Communication. Yes, that is a problem. I also would say that it's the right communication done in the correct way, so that they could gather the right information. Because I guess you got to remember that even if at some point the developers used to play this game for fun, they're no longer doing that. They're not playing the game in the same way we play.
And that's so unfortunate.
And and it's just the way that it works. Like,
but here's like I was watching the Valheim dev team. They were doing a stream where, like, I think it was like 4 or 5 of them on the dev team. Like, the community manager was there, the art person was there, like a whole bunch of people were there, and they were playing Valheim together. And the sheer antics that occurred, like these guys were having a blast with the game. They were just like laughing, joking around, like you can tell that the synergy between the personalities was there. Like, they were all like really close knit team, it seemed, and they were like enjoying the game that they made together. And it was just such a breath of fresh air to see. And I think that, like, for that alone, just me seeing that gives me hope that Valheim is going to grow and become, much better than what it is currently in its early access state. I would love that if that was the case with the Wurm dev team. If we saw them playing, I would hope that it'd be similar.
I mean, that would be cool. Although, yeah, I mean, you never know. It's hard, especially if you spend all of your time, like, you can't play it if you're developing it, right? You have to be developing it. You have to spend your time not playing it in order to make this game better. And that's just the truth. Like,
yeah. And Tuxie, I think you're right. Wurm is old, and there's a lot of baggage behind the scenes, I'm sure. And JRL, today I wish to walk across an open meadow and pick flowers. Then again, I may mine asteroids and explore the stars. It's traveling without moving to find that wondrous feel. Totally. This game has all of that, which is just wonderful.
This game has so much that we love, and I think we even started making videos to try our best to explain to other people why we love it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that was our main motivation.
That was the goal back in 2012.
Yeah. At the time, we were like, I don't know if everybody has had the same experience, but we tried to talk to our friends about this game. We felt every time we even just said the slightest thing about this game, we got these confused looks like, what are you talking about? How is that even fun? And we struggled with trying to figure out how to explain it.
I think
and we realized, though. Okay, go ahead.
Think about it. What's interesting is that that perspective that we were talking about back then is more accepted in the gaming world these days. Right?
Especially with games like Valheim.
Yeah,
people understand the joy of digging a hole now.
Right. Casper, how you doing? Welcome in.
How we flipped around.
Everything's done on Adam's screen now.
Yeah, now I'm the one who's streaming and
I'm just the passenger.
Nah.
Anyway, this comes from years of playing and observing players and wanting our friends to just stick around. I mean, that's where all that came from. It basically came to the point where it's like, why do they keep leaving us? Is it us? Are we the problem?
Yeah. Okay, now I think now is a good time to go back to that conversation that we derailed from, which was about like wood. And this was a topic we talked about much earlier. Would raising the free-to-play cap help any? Like currently, if you're a free-to-play player, your skills cap at 20. What would the harm be to raise that?
Yeah, and that might not even be the right question. Even though I'm the one that said that. The question for me,
but it relates.
And I'm sure a lot of us. I mean, this is an extremely impossible question to answer. But is level 20 enough? I mean, the first question is level 20 enough to for players to know whether they enjoy the game or not? I would say the answer to that is yes. So then it's like, well, why? As a developer, then the answer is like, well, then why would we raise it?
Right. Now I can give an answer to that question. There is a good reason to raise it. But my final answer, I think, in the end will be that it's not the right time to, but let's just entertain this idea. The reason to raise it would be so that free-to-play players, like a person who's like, let's say they play freely and they realize within the first 20 levels, like, yes, this is a great game, I'm going to continue playing it. But then they hit that 20 cap and they feel the pressure to pay. And let's suppose they're not in a position to pay, or maybe they enjoy playing it, but it's not enough to like pay a monthly sub. Monthly subs seem to be something that prevent people from wanting to play a game. Just look at New World, for example. Like the reason why people cite that they bought it was because there was no sub. So the reason to increase that would be to allow these players to continue playing for free and add to the world their presence, like add their presence to the world. Because this game is all about feeling like you're in a world with other players. So by adding more people to that is going to increase the experience of this game. So that's my reason why we should.
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to get into like essentially a business from a business perspective, like saying JRL. The goal isn't really about like how they're getting the money, just like that they are getting money. So like, would you raising the cap, would that lower their monthly revenue, raise their monthly revenue? Would it change it at all? Is there a reason for them to go through this process of changing the cap, or is there more? And then, so how do you judge that? Like, how would they even know? And like what Adam was saying is, who knows? Like maybe, and this is something like a crazy idea. What happens if they say it's no more monthly fee? You can just play this game, and instead they focus on like something else, like imagine it's like a one-time purchase to unlock your skills, and then it's like because are they making their most money on subs? Are they making money on gold? There's other revenues, right, that this game has. How can we make it? And then does it make more sense for players to stick around, like Adam's saying? Does it make more sense to have more people in this game for longer, to give that sort of presence or a world feel? Yeah, and they have some of this data, like you're saying, JR. They have Wurm Unlimited. It's kind of, right, where people can create their own servers, and that has their own challenges and stuff and perceptions.
The one problem with Wurm Unlimited is that once the purchase happens, there's no other revenue from the game. So
no other
compared
revenue.
to Wurm Online, where if let's say they made it free, for example, or a one-time purchase, let's say, there's still revenue from silver, for example. And that's not to say that, and that's not including any other additional methods that they add for revenue afterwards.
Anyway, crazy ideas. I don't think that they should really necessarily do any of that.
Right, I'm not, yeah.
But that the goal isn't, the way that they're doing is probably not the only way that could be done.
Right.
Because instead of thinking it from a monetary perspective, I think that there is some weight to doing it from an experience perspective, and that experience will then drive the revenue, right? And since the Wurm itself is all really about people, it's all about the communities and that the world feels lived in. If it's a possibility that if we have more people playing this game for longer, because we raise the cap or whatever they decide to do, that could breed better experiences that people have in the game, which in turn breeds a better perception about the game, and then people are more willing to stay and pay longer.
Right.
And that's a possibility.
So I think that my prediction would be that if they did institute something like this, where they increase the free-to-play cap, initially we would see a drop in profits. Like Wurm would see less people paying at first, but you would see also at the same time a gradual increase in population. Now you have more people for which to draw potential profits from in the long run. So it's not, and we're not saying this is guaranteed, but I think that it's something to think about. Now, one last thing to comment about this is that I think the reason why this is not a good idea in Wurm's current state is that there is this lack of progression. I think everybody feels that beginning progression where you're like, okay, I want to work towards riding a horse, for example. And you can only enter that progression, at least truly enter it, after you pay premium, like after you hit 20 in body control. It's like that ride all the way up to 21. And similarly with like loading carts, making large crates, you continue down the line with all these milestones of things that people are working towards and trying to get to. And it just seems like if you raise the cap right now, people can hit the majority of these milestones prior to paying for the game. And then once they pay for the game after they've hit all those, now there's not that many little milestones left for them to progress towards, and it's just going to feel bad at that point. So I think in order to institute something like this, the progression has to be fleshed out at the higher end.
I would agree. I don't, to be honest, I think Wurm's past this point. Like, it is what it is. It has the subscription service that it has. It has the gold purchase that it has. And it has the players that it has. And really, I think Drogo's right in the sense that they just have to be able to concentrate on the right updates to show people that they're still around, and let them putt forward and let people like us that enjoy this game continue to enjoy this game, and allow us to continue to keep spouting off ideas on what we want to see.
Right. So let's switch topics, because I think that one's, we said our piece.
Yeah.
Let's go to another topic, because Sinsen had asked earlier. So, Brian, are you planning on getting a bit more active yourself?
Yeah, so over the last few weeks, I have been more active. I've been sort of settling into my new job, which has been nice. So I'm able to spend a little more time, have a little more free time. And so here I am, I'm playing. I've got my goals in Wurm, and just driving forward in them. So yeah, I could definitely use a horse. I'm pretty sure.
So
I haven't even
one
thought
thing
of
that
yet.
yeah, one thing that happened, and since then this was a very unfortunate thing that happened to me. So we were with the pair of hell horses that you had gifted to me. We were breeding them, and the mare. I don't know. I'm a noob when it comes to animals. So I had hitched the hell horses onto a wagon because I was going to go search for copper, and I wasn't thinking, but the mare was pregnant, and because the journey to find copper took a while, I had to log off for the night and log back in the next day to complete the thing. And over the night, the mare had a miscarriage and passed away from the miscarriage. And so I lost one of them, which was very unfortunate. Now, luckily, before that, we had given birth to a hell horse that had the 3 draft traits that aren't easy on its gears. So it's pretty much the same, right? So I luckily have a replacement. And also Casper is starting to get some 4 draft hell horses coming, and that's slow. It's slow going, but it's coming. It's like on its way. So Casper's asking, what kind of horse do you need? If it's a speed horse,
I do need a speed
let me
horse,
get you
I'm
one.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the speed horses that we're using are.
Here.
Yeah, we have a couple speed horses that are venerable now, so they're on the end of life. But these are the speed horses from before the update, so they're the old 5 speeds. But I'll argue that the old 5 speeds are just as good as the new 4 speeds, I'd say. There's no difference in terms of how fast they can go. unless you're riding them in water. I guess the water trait. Yeah, actually, the old 5 speeds are better than the new 4 speeds. I know.
Don't kill off our venerable horses.
I know, because we have the ebony ones, right? So they have the extra little speed trait. Yeah, miscarriage. Like, my guess is that it's a miscarriage because it was pregnant, and I was stupid and left them on some sand, so they didn't eat. They didn't have anything to eat. It was only about 8 hours between the time that I logged off and the time that I logged in. But in that 8 hours, the mature female died. In addition, one of the aged wild ones that I had turned to old and unhitched. So I was left halfway across the server with a wagon that only had 2 hell horses. So that was annoying. Alright, first time catching you all live. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hey, Syndicate Gaming Network. Nice of you to drop in.
Having a good day.
We are.
Thanks for dropping in.
Okay, so actually, Casper, now I think about it, I'm trying to remember. I do believe when you got your first 4-speed trait-did horses, we did get a couple of them from you. Let me just check in on. And I haven't really had the need to use them because the ebonies are still around. But this one over here, this aged fat iron silver, this is a 4-speed. So I feel like in terms of speed horses, we have one for Brian. Brian can use this horse.
Okay.
At least it was a wagon. Imagine it was a cart and you had to drag it all the way back. Yeah, no, what I did was instead I took Xander and rode him out there with a couple of horses. And that allowed me to get back. Yeah, and also this Pinto over here. This Pinto here is also a 4-speed and also aged. So we could use both of those for speed horses. The other thing I was hoping, and maybe we can do this on stream actually, because this is something I was hoping to get you to help out with, because Brian, you're working on, we didn't even talk about what we're doing right here, but what we've been doing this whole stream so far is working on our skills. I'm personally working on fine carpentry, while Brian over here is working on stone cutting.
Yes. The most useful skill in the game.
And stone cutting is the skill that is used to create the stone ruins. And I have a whole whack of stone material from the rifts. Let's see. I have, let's see here, 11 in that bin. 14 in that bin. I have like tons in each of these bins. 16 more there. I separated them by quality. 37, 50. So like, you know, we have probably well over 150 of these stones. And I was thinking, I don't really have much use for those kinds of ruins. So maybe we can use those rift materials to create those ruins that reduce the age of the horses. Okay, and then we can use them on our ebony 5-speed, old 5-speeds, to bring them back into the, you know, younger stages so they can last a little bit longer. Now the thing is that those ruins, let's take a look at them. Wikipedia. Those ruins take what's that metal? Let's see if I can look at it here. Expand that. It's that new material, Electrum. That's it. The Electrum. You can use the Electrum to create a ruin that will reduce the creature's age. There's a little asterisk there, and so if we go down to the bottom, the asterisk says, reduces the age by a percentage of the current age, although that I think is still questionable. Creatures cannot be pregnant when the rune is used. The minimum age that this can be used is aged, or 12 months. I think since then you were saying that from your experience, this reduces the age by about 4 or 5 months or something like that, consistently, or 5 or 6 months or something. Now, my main bottleneck for making that was the Electrum. Hold on, just a question out of curiosity. Why the ruin instead of just caring for, so they see that they're eternal? No reason. I in fact, I kind of feel like they might be already cared for. Let me just double check. Yeah, this one's being cared for by me. And let's see the other one. Should be on this one, on the wagon. What's the other one here? Let's examine. This one is not being cared for. Maybe this one should be cared for. I suppose there's no real reason. That's
Can
a
you
good
care
point.
for it?
Well, Griffith is caring for this horse and only has the ability to care for one horse. I think you also only have the ability to care for one horse, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe you could care for that other.
I'm caring for 2 horses.
Are you?
Do we have any horses called... Hold on. Apparently. Do we have any horses called Swift Piffa?
Yes.
Do I need to care for that?
No,
then
that one.
Fast Copper.
That one, I'm caring for Swift Piffa, and Fast Copper
okay.
is this one, and this is one of the old 5 speeds as well.
Maybe it's just showing me every horse that's branded.
It should
So-
say cared for in the managed. Let me just take a look
Yeah.
where it would say that.
So Fast Copper. What horse is that?
That's this one here, the one attached to this cart here. It is a
Okay, who's
5-speed
caring for that
horse. Didn't you just say that you are caring for that one?
Well, it's in my window. It's being taken
Syndicate-
care of by you.
What?
By
By Xander.
anyway.
By Xander, okay. But
Anyway,
in
so
your
I can care for
manage,
this one maybe.
okay, let's see.
It's showing
animals.
every horse that's branded to
Oh.
the village.
That is being cared for. Okay, so here's how you'll tell. If you are caring for it, in that spot where it says false or true, you will have a button instead that says to uncare for.
Yeah, I wasn't caring for anybody.
Okay. So you should probably care for the South Sahar, because that's the other ebony 5-speed that we have. Well, the old 5-speed.
Alright. I cared for it.
Now let me think here. What is the benefit of using the ruin to reduce the age if they're cared for? I don't think there might be any benefit. Once
know,
they're
like,
cared
is-
for, they live forever.
Do they have different properties at different ages?
I don't know. Like, does it get slower when it becomes venerable or something like this?
Yeah.
I don't know. And Syndicate was saying, like, all the ruins will work for this purpose, and yes, that is true. For this particular ruin, it doesn't matter which material we use, but stone is the least used one, at least from my perspective, so we have a lot of it.
What kind of skill should I be in stone?
And Nin's... You're probably at a level that we could make ruins with. The bottleneck
cutting? Like
is
bad ruins?
metal. A ruin is a ruin, so the
Doesn't
good or
matter.
bad will only affect the chance that it successfully does the thing that you want it to do, or attaches or whatever. So a higher quality ruin is easier to attach, and the skill to attach is soul depth. So the higher the better. It's just really like the best. So I've had success with 40 jewel crafting, making a ruin for like out of the rift crystals and getting it to attach. So it took a few tries, but probably no more than 4 or 5 tries to get one to work. Okay, so Griff, I have to get going now. Okay, but did I have a question or request?
Do you have any
I
requests?
think we're good for now. In terms of horses, you mean? Is that what you mean, Cats?
Yeah, I guess we're good.
I think we're good for now. We'll let you know because there's time. Like we're not in a super rush. We have horses and things that could be used, so I think for now we'll be okay. We just got to sort of work it out and figure out, does it make sense to use these ruins, and if so, where? If we care for, that'll just make the horses last, and I think that's good enough for now. Oh no, I don't think we were.
Or
No.
maybe he was and just forgot.
Maybe I was and I forgot, but I don't think so. So I think we're good. But thanks though, Cats, for.
Yeah,
All right,
we'll
thanks.
see you later, Cats.
I'm guessing you're going off to stream yourself and do your Valheim. I think that's what you were saying yesterday. So in terms of these ruins, it's like the bottleneck for these particular Electrum ones is making the Electrum. So just the other day, let me just see if I can load up my skill tracker. I was spending a little bit of time working on my metallurgy. And I didn't get very far, but I got it into the 20s, which is not bad. And I still feel like that's pretty low for making good quality Electrum. I was trying, and it was failing a lot and making really low quality Electrum. Wolf taming, nice, yeah. There's a good chunk of useful Omni ruins that you could use for Rift Stones for. Okay, I think the lighting one is one, or oh no. What other ones are there? Hey, Dragon Catsip.
Hey,
Welcome on
Dragon
in.
Catsip. How are you doing?
Yeah. And Nin was saying before, remember that caring for them won't prevent them from dying if you change servers with them and bringing them out of the cage. But I think Wolfmare has a solution for that, and we discovered this not too long ago. That before you bring them out of the cage, you can care for them, and so that will help preventing them from dying. Yeah.
That's like it's almost like the days where we would right-click the boat and disembark.
Right. Right-click the boat and disembark, exactly.
And then go into the water and then have to climb up onto the shore.
Right, yeah. Okay, wait,
Before
Bronzevin.
we all realized we were doing it wrong.
Bronzevin and Bronze Lib. What are those ones? Bronze Vin is wind speed and vehicle speed. How is that a Omni ruin though? Right, because it'll depend on what you're attaching it to. Like, let's say, are you saying that if I make one of these ruins out of stone, I can attach it to my wooden cart, let's say, or wooden boat? Is that? Because I would have assumed that if I wanted to attach a ruin to my boat, it would have to be the wooden one, because wooden ones attach to wooden items. Same with the higher gather quality, right? Like, let's say I'm putting that on a metal tool. Wouldn't it have to be made of crystal in order for that to work? The Bronze Lib one? The term Omni Ruin is the term I use to describe ruins that can be attached to any items no matter the typing, right? So I got that. So what you're then saying then is that, let's say this 10% higher gathering quality, and I want to attach that to my pickaxe, right? I want to attach one of those to my pickaxe. What you're saying is I can make any type ruin. I can make a wooden ruin and attach it to my pickaxe. Is that right? Hey, Agent Mangoes. How's it going?
Ancient Mangoes, hope you're doing good today.
Is that true, Sinsen? Holy, I did not know that. I did not know that. I would have assumed that if I wanted to put a ruin onto my pickaxe, it would have to be the crystal one. What you're saying is that I could make a stone version of this one, and it will go on my pickaxe, and it will also go on my pelt. So things like pelts can only take Omni ruins. Interesting. And I would trust you. You're like really deep into the ruining system, so that seems like an interesting. Because I've been making these ones out of crystal using my jewel crafting, but what you're saying is I can make these using a skill that I have higher. Like, for example, Brian, what's your stone cutting at now that you've been working on it for a while?
Not high enough.
It's probably in the 60s though. At least it was in the 60s last time I checked.
It's 76.
Okay, 70. Oh, okay. So that's high enough, I'd say, for not for everything.
Enough.
That's not high enough for everything, but it's high enough for ruining for sure. Okay. And hey, Knight, feel free to test me on that one. Okay, that's interesting. It's good to know because we have a lot of stone and not a lot of others.
Still trying to make my way to 80. I think at that point, I'll feel like it's good enough for most things.
But as I said, with the ruining, like I was doing it with 40 jewel crafting, and I got it to go. So, in terms of the rift ruins, like using the rift materials to make ruins, right? Like let's just see how much rift wood I have. I don't even think I have. That's the one I have the least of. I put it all in these bins, so let's just sort these. Oops. I have 4 there, 3 there, 1, 5, 2, right? Like there's very few rift wood that I have, and like the low quality is just, I only have 1 there. So the wood is like really low. But in terms of the crystals, I have way more crystals. Still not a terrible amount. Probably 100 crystals or so, and most of them are low quality. I have 12 high quality ones. Let me see. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, probably about 100 crystals. But in terms of the stone, I have like a ton of that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, so rift stone 14, 11, 10. That's like 35 in the high-ish quality range. And then I have another 37 and 29 and 44. So these 3 bins together have over 100. Hey, Pingstree.
Pingstree. Wow.
Thank you so much for that Prime sub.
And welcome in. You caught both of us.
Yeah.
And Ancient Mangoes, you're saying, do you know how I can store a large magic chest before a deed falls? You've taken a break for a while. Is there a way to store a large magic chest safely?
I'm not sure. Can they be loaded into a cart or wagon?
And yeah, Pingstree, yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Hopefully you're doing well in these rough times. The only problem I can see with large magic chests is that, and I don't know if they still do this, but don't they decay quite vigorously?
Off deed?
Not on a deed.
Yes.
That would be the only concern, I would say, depending on how long you want it to be stored in a cart off of a deed.
And I wonder, like, if you have it, let's say, in a boat or a cart, but it's on somebody else's deed, would it prevent the decay? Or it needs to be on the ground, like as a decoration item on a deed. Okay, so if in a cart on a random deed you kept yours from decaying for a year, okay, so that seems to work. Okay.
Well,
so yeah, that seems to be the way to go.
Deed.
Right. So a friend's deed, or I wonder if just even the starting deed would work. Like, can you just bring your
That's so funny if a starting deed works.
We bring your wagon to the starting deed and have it loaded there. It does seem like it has to be unlocked to load it. You had yours in a Corbita off deed for about a week or two, and it didn't take any damage. Maybe just lucky, though. That is true. Like, a week or two is kind of short to know whether or not you'll get a decay tick.
Before the change to where they made it so your items would not decay on deeds, our small magic chest was decaying like crazy.
Yes, but they did make a change to decorational items after that.
Yeah, so it's like,
right? We're thinking way back.
A lot better. Yeah. These days.
Because I remember there was that change, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness, because our small magic chest was going to be poofed soon.
Wants to be our experiment. Tuxie, I think I see your hand being raised.
I don't want to. Nobody wants to experiment with this. Yeah, exactly what Tuxie's saying. Yeah, and then you're saying they tend to teleport the carts outside the starting deeds now. Okay, so starting deeds might not be a good idea. It's a bit wrong for the devs to allow that for magical chests, though, as they cost a lot of money. Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
Well, every item needs to have some sort of way to get rid of it.
Drogos, you're wishing for no item to decay on deed? Yeah.
I would like a way for people to be able to clean up old deeds like these chests. But, and I can't remember how they are now, but if there's a lock on them on our servers, there's no way to claim it right now. Is that right? And
yeah.
And it's for a lot more items than what we remember. Like, if you have a lock on it, you can't even do anything with it, even if it's off deed. And that's something that I would definitely adjust.
Like, you think that maybe like after a long period of time, the lock disintegrates, but before the object decays away. Maybe.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to like clean up an area that's been
lava tiles.
Yeah. That's not resorting to sorcery.
I mean, think back to like with the reclaiming of the boat. Do you remember, like a long time ago, if there's a boat that has not been attended to for a certain amount of time, you could reclaim that boat, and the GMs would come and transfer ownership of the boat to you, right? And then they stopped that program. Yeah. But maybe if there was like a built-in system,
that was so fun.
It was fun. We would go around looking for these boats, right?
We found an oak cog, and at this point, we never had a cog before. And it was just sitting there for months and months and months.
Yeah.
Who knows how long it was sitting there? For long enough, like past its time. And really, the only reason we were able to claim it is that no one put a lock on it. Because things like this didn't just have locks. Actually, I don't know why it didn't have a lock. It was just sitting in the ocean.
Right.
I mean, this is a way for people to give away their boats. A fun little way, I'm not going to play anymore. Here's my boat in the middle of, if somebody wants to claim it, unlock it, then you could grab it, and we had to drag it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is what we had to do.
Yeah. I think Nin has Nin has the this is what I was thinking too. Like, make it so that the lock decays and then it loses ownership before the actual poofing of the item, to give a window of opportunity for people to find it and go, oh, yoink. Hey, Taiki.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Taiki, hope you're doing good today. Yeah, I wish more items did not decay on deed. I don't see any reason why items would decay on deed. I guess there must be a PvP reason or of some kind.
It's always a PvP reason.
Always a PvP reason. But I mean, it makes sense that if the deed's there, save your items minus, food and that sort of thing.
Right. But speaking of food, hey Achilles, what's going on? Speaking of food, I know a long-standing feature request is a way of making food kind of like decorational. So like maybe it could be like waxing, a waxing process. You wax the food. It no longer is edible, but remains as a decorational item.
Mm.
Food does decay on a merchant. So items on a merchant act in the same way as they would if they were on a player inventory. So anything that's in the player inventory that would decay also decays on a merchant. So this also includes lanterns. Unfortunately. It's kind of weird. But yeah.
That is very interesting that lanterns
Yeah.
decay really badly in your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
And saying that,
then PvP reasons.
yeah. Because of PvP, that's why our lanterns decay.
I doubt it, but so Dragon, you asked earlier, what does AMA mean? AMA means ask me anything. So this
Ask
is a
your
stream where
questions here.
you guys ask questions. We will gladly take the questions and answer. And Oriana. That is a name I recognize from the forums as a... Trying to figure out who is Oriana. How long is a rope? Good question. Are we talking about in Wurm? I have no idea. Oh, okay. Okay, I did not know that.
We can we could probably theorize that based
How long is a rope?
Based on the what it looks
Okay.
like when you drop it on the ground.
True. How long does the rope appear when dropped onto the ground?
Knowing that, what is it? Each tile is 4 meters, something like that, right?
Okay, but it's coiled, right? So we can figure out the diameter of the rope. Let's see.
If anybody can do it, I know you can.
Oh boy, it's really short. Okay, let's see. It looks like it's coiled 3 times, or a little bit more than 3 times, because there's this little extra overlap here. Let me just see. Oh, it's an illusion. It's one of these. It's one of these things where the bottom. It looks like 3 rings, just one on top of the other, but the top ring kind of has an ending. Right here. Oh no, there's the start. There's the start. Okay, so it's like pretty much okay. So 3 rings. Okay. And the whole tile is 4 meters.
4 meters
Let's
or something like that.
Let's do
right?
an estimate here. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Do I have more? I know I have more ropes here somewhere. Just 3 more here.
That's not including the borders. Yeah, let's go bring out our rulers. Is it in our storage unit?
Hold on. I got 5 more ropes. So I got 6 ropes in total. I could probably make more if we need to, but let's see. I should probably start on one end, but the problem I'm having is I can't see the edge of the tile. Oh, it makes a pile.
Yeah, it's going to make a pile. There it is.
You don't have to estimate. There are bricks. Calculate it. Use the bricks. Oh, like these bricks. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bricks per tile. Are we going to include the tile borders in this? Does the 4
No.
meters include...
No.
No?
I don't think
Okay.
so.
That's interesting. Okay, so let's just place one. One seems to be a little bit more than one of these bricks. So I'm going to estimate 1/10 of a tile is the diameter.
And do the math to figure out what
a
each
tenth.
tile
So,
is.
so the diameter is 40. Well, the tile is 4 meters. So a tenth of a tile would be 40 centimeters. So with a radius of 40 centimeters, what's the circumference? That's 2 multiplied by, let's do it on the screen. So calculator. So the circumference is 2 multiplied by pi. Where's my pi button? There it is. Multiplied by the radius, which is 40 centimeters. So I'm just going to do this in meters, so 0.4. Okay, so that's the circumference, 2.5 meters. And there's 3 wines. So times 3, 7.5 meters. So to answer your question, Drogos, a rope in Wurm is 7.5 meters.
That seems fairly long.
Approximately or so. Not radius, diameter. Oh, right. Nope. You're right. I made a mistake. Let's try that one more time. Okay, so the radius is only 20 centimeters if the diameter is 40. So it's going to be 2 times pi times 20 centimeters is the circumference. Oh, it'll be just half of that, of course, times 3. So 3 3/4 approximately. Okay, so in feet, so 3 3/4 meters in feet is approximately 3.1, I'd say, feet per meter. So about 11.5 feet. Yeah, pi times diameter. True. Pi times diameter or 2 times pi times radius. I don't know. Get bigger ropes, I know. So, yeah.
That's the size of a normal rope in Wurm, but not the other types of ropes.
Well, let's see. Does cordage have the same... Let's drop a cordage rope. Yep, they have the exact same...
How about a halter rope?
Good question.
Which I think is more complex.
I'm going to guess the same. Yep, exactly the same. Halter rope has the same visual.
Oh, I thought it had a different visual. Maybe it has a different visual when you're making it.
I don't know. You mean like an unfinished version you might have?
Unless I'm thinking of something else.
I could test that out. Oh, I've literally been wasting my sleep bonus over here on Griffith. Working out the length of ropes. This could be a first, working out the length of Wurm ropes.
There you go.
Yeah. We love being the first.
Ask us anything.
Ask us anything. Exactly. Let's see. A halter rope is 2 ropes to start, I think.
How long have we been streaming? 2.5 hours about?
2 hours, 17 minutes, yeah. Let's see what this looks like. I'm using my sleep bonus on math. Nerdiness prevails, exactly.
What better way to use your sleep bonus than on math?
Yeah.
I can't think of one.
On a side interesting note, unfinished halter rope looks exactly the same as a regular halter rope.
We got about a 0.3 increase in our math skills.
Yep, I know. As a completely unrelated note, something interesting happened to me just the last few days. It came to my attention that the students that I teach have finally discovered that I stream on Twitch.
But don't the students that you teach then become students that you are not teaching anymore? Are you talking about like old students?
Well, my guess is that it came to my attention through my current students.
Oh no.
But my sense was that one of my previous students probably discovered and never said anything to me particularly, but rather sort of like spread the news around the community.
Yeah, I can see that. I would do that as a student.
Yeah, totally. Like, then eventually the word spreads to the point where enough students know
Wonderful.
that my current students brought it to my attention. So they come here for extra math lessons. Well, yeah, and I knew that one day that this would happen, right? Like it's not out of the question that
if it didn't
was
happen, I'd
discovered.
be curious about those
How?
students.
Exactly. How is it that they don't know?
Considering how long it's been.
Right.
It's not a passing fad of you streaming.
Right.
But maybe that's where the if we ever start getting weird math worm questions
Right.
that are somehow vaguely what you're teaching in school. It's like if
eat one of
the
these.
size of the house
or if the length of the rope in Wurm is right.
or like yeah,
maybe students can get extra credit for watching. I mean, it is true. Like, and one of the students were asking, like, "What is this game about?" And I'm like, why I like this game is that it has a lot of math in it. Because I'm a math teacher, and so I want to kind of like make that connection.
That's how you sell it with that.
That's how I sell exactly. That's how I sell it.
I love
exactly.
this game because of math, obviously.
Obviously,
right? That's why you should love it too.
Yeah. But honestly, there is a lot of math that I really enjoy the game for. And that's like the truth. There's a lot of math, and I love the math in this game. Like, for example, the distribution of the rolls that we get in the actions. Like how the roll can be between negative 100 and positive 100, and then there's like this. You go into the grinder, and there's like this distribution. That distribution is the normal distribution, it seems to be, and how the math works out there is actually quite interesting to me. So I think a lot about those types of things. But in addition to just straightforward math things that it also has a certain kind of problem solving that is very similar to the logic that you see in math problem solving. Like, for example, if you want to dig a hole in a way where you have a ramp that's going down and maybe the ramp is spiraling around the hole inward so that you get lower and lower, just the problem solving required to construct something like this is a very geometric one, like a very geometry based. And so I really enjoy that aspect of this game a lot.
Right. And that's how Adam has scared away an entire generation of students from playing this game.
Yeah. The game's not fun at all. It has math. I know. You have to look at the numbers and you have to calculate and pay attention. Otherwise, you get a damn mess. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this game is quite niche. And
is it scary to think how even Minecraft has been out for over a decade? Like that's I wonder
crazy,
what kids now are thinking. There's like, oh, Minecraft, that's just last generation's thing. We don't do Minecraft.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
at some point that's gonna happen.
No, none of my students heard of Wurm for sure. Yeah.
But think about this, okay? Wurm, or look at Minecraft for example. It's been out for how long? Like a decade. 12 years, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Think of the difference in gaming that took place from, let's say, 1990 to 2000, that 10-year gap. Mm-hmm. In 1990, we were probably still playing like the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Right.
By 2000, we were playing
EverQuest.
We're playing EverQuest on the computers. The console generation was past, was like Dreamcast, almost PlayStation 2. Mm-hmm. From 8-bit Nintendo to almost the PlayStation 2 in the same gap as Minecraft's been out.
Right. And how gaming has changed in that 10-year gap.
I don't think a
Quite
lot of
substantial.
changes have happened in the last 12 years in gaming. I mean, us playing Wurm is proof of that.
That's true. I see what you're saying. I mean, games look prettier now, that's for sure. But I think what you're referring to is more in terms of the mechanics, right?
Maybe it's just gotten to a point where we just don't want any more innovation.
Right. Or you've gotten old and set in your
Maybe it's
ways.
just
Exactly.
us.
Maybe it is us.
Maybe it's just us. Like maybe the games these days do have those like exciting new features that we just don't know.
I mean, I would say that certain types of games have gotten much better in terms of like I'm thinking of like Mordau or Mountain Blade style games where like the physics of swinging your sword matters. Like in that respect, a lot of games have come a long way.
Yeah,
VR
but this is why
came out.
VR this is why VR excited me so much and why it still excites me. It's because it is that next evolution that gives you the excitement of something that hasn't happened in gaming in so many years. Right, we will no longer get that NES to like a PlayStation 2 difference in a matter of decade. Like that just won't happen. Those evolutions are few and far between. And that was like a
Right.
bunch of evolutions that happened in that decade. In the last decade, we haven't like if you played a game on the Xbox 360 and now play a game on the current Xbox Series X, they're essentially the same games like on
Yeah.
both, but
Yeah.
you know, one of them
Like
looks much prettier.
like one good example of this is like just look at Skyrim.
Look
Right?
at
Like
the
Skyrim came out.
controller between
Skyrim came
those
out
two
when?
systems. Long time ago.
Long time ago, and yet games haven't really
2006.
like they might have gotten prettier.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Still a great game, right? Because there hasn't been much
Hold on, I could be wrong
innovation
there.
since then in terms of like what goes into games. Like the graphics is definitely better now, but
Never mind. 2011.
okay, 11, okay. But still that's like a decade ago. And I feel like games haven't come that far since then in terms of content.
Yeah, we want new and exciting, right? That's what our generation was all about. We were used to that change in such quick succession.
Atari, the NES was a huge, yeah, for sure.
Like 1 year we were playing GTA on our computers on a
GTA
top
1.
skip down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the
GTA
next
1.
few years we're playing like a 3D model of that same sort of game.
Progression
like
was huge at that time,
uh,
yeah. Speaking of VR though, I saw this video of somebody testing out a consumer level, what do you call those? Omnidirectional treadmills?
consumer level. Okay.
Yeah. So like one
The
that's
one where you
supposed to be
have
affordable.
to yeah, I think I saw that. It's one where you don't walk on it, but you glide on it.
Glide on it. You
That's the
glide
one?
on it. Exactly. Yeah. So like
You
it takes
glide.
apparently it takes some getting used to. Like it's not the same as walking, but it's more similar to like skating. And but once you get used to it, like you can do lots of like you got to get some legs for it, right?
Yeah.
But the person that I saw doing this was actually they after practicing they got really smooth and they could run and they can like slide, and the way it seems to work is on the bottom are like these Teflon slidey pads and I think magnets, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You have to put something
Right?
on your shoes.
No, it's that it comes with shoes. Like
Oh, it
you
comes
have
with shoes. That's
yeah
what it is.
right the
It's
shoes
odd.
like you have to. I know it's odd, right? Because like if you're a kid, your feet grow, but that's besides the point. It seems like you have these special shoes. They have these like Teflon pads that have magnets, right? So like it's pushing, it's repelling, but also slidey, and it just feels like you're
Mm-hmm.
gliding on this thing. And then you're strapped in right by your waist. it's like you're strapped into this thing that's holding you so that you can like, lift your legs. So you
Yep, you're in a
basically are
harness.
just you're in a harness, right? But the person was basically saying it was like a game changer. It really felt like your
brings that
emotions pushed
Yeah,
you in the
brings that
game. Yeah.
next level of immersion, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, right, it's not doing anything to the game. It's not really doing much other than bringing you into the game through immersion. So
Yeah,
it shows the
Daryl.
power, shows the power of what immersion can do, and maybe if one day VR gets to that point where a game like Worm could benefit from it, that's when I would say they should be thinking about the adoption of it.
Mhm. Well, to be fair, it will take a while. So like the earlier they get, like, because at some point the VR stuff is going to progress, and if they can get on that train earlier, the theoretically the better. But yeah, I don't know.
I'd be happy if they just continue releasing content for it.
For
For
Worm or
Worm.
for VR?
Doesn't
Okay, for Worm,
matter.
yeah. Hmm.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, VR does cost a bit. Yeah, it is. They are becoming more affordable though, so give it some
Yeah,
time.
still gotta give it maybe another generation or two
But
for
it
it to
definitely
be
costs less
truly
than like
affordable.
it costs less than a gaming system, I'd say, or in the same vicinity as like let's say getting a new Xbox. Let's say
Yeah.
the way I put it, I think on the stream the other few streams ago was that it's gotten into that range of affordability where like a grandparent would buy it for a kid for Christmas, let's say, or like it's in that range now.
But then you
Whereas
wouldn't be able to play Worm with that.
right, you would need a computer that is VR
You still need a
compatible.
computer that's
In
VR
addition,
compatible.
yeah, but a lot of them are now becoming like standalone sets where you can just use the VR headset and play VR games. You just can't
You
play
gotta
like AAA computer games yet,
Yeah.
unless you have a computer as well.
So we got an important question here. Which factional fight would attend a weekend RC construction site event?
Mm.
A whole
Like
weekend? Like 2 days?
like a remote control, like we're talking like
Building your
drones
own
or
remote
building
control items.
car. Yeah,
I'm going to say Adam would.
I might.
And
It would
he'd probably
definitely.
bring his sons.
Yeah. This would be something I would probably do for my kids, but it wouldn't be something that I would probably do on my own. Sounds interesting.
And Zetrin, there's a game called Township Tale that's sort of like Worm, but completely made for VR. Yeah, we played. Have you played that game, Zetrin? We delved into it before it was released. I think it was
Yeah.
released this summer, right? So we
Yeah.
played it before the summer
In its beta.
when it was on beta. It was on PC. They were giving it away for free.
I did end up buying it for the Oculus.
Oh, you
mostly,
did?
mostly because my kids like it, and on top of that, I actually kind of wanted to support them because I think what they're doing is kind of the same kind of thing I want to see in VR. I want to see that direction pushed further, and I think that supporting a developer that is doing the things I like, I'm totally willing to. And it was a good price. Like I think it was $12 or something. So
yeah, it definitely had good potential as far as my experience with it.
Hey, Limewood. And Ronan, how's it going? Yeah, it has good potential. It seems like a mini kind of version of the type of game we would love to see. But it has all the little things that are just so immersive.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because of that game, we will compare Worm's conversion of VR to that game, and
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. Which is personally I feel is like too high of a bar for
It
Wurm
is.
to be able to like backwards compatibility its systems for.
Right. Like we'll always say this, that like a game that is built from the ground up to be a VR game will always be superior, a superior VR game compared to one that's sort of been ported to VR.
Because we're all gonna end up saying stuff like, we want Wurm's like content with the mechanics of a Township Tale. Like we want that mashed up because, yeah, that's
I
what I
haven't tried
want.
Minecraft. I haven't tried Minecraft in VR. Okay, and there's a mod for it that makes it translate well. Interesting.
Minecraft could translate to VR much easier than Worm.
Right,
That's
because
because in
Minecraft.
Minecraft, you already swing stuff to hit things, right? That's
Right.
already happening. Like you're already doing a lot of things that translate
And it's
quite
also
well to VR.
controller compatible, right? Like Minecraft can be played on a console with a controller just as well, and also on a touch screen just as well as it can be on a mouse and keyboard. Um, whereas
And
Worm
I
doesn't really
give
have that.
the Worm team all the credit if they can pull it off.
Yeah. You mainly use yours for flight sim. It's great for those types of sims. Interesting. I should try a flight sim in VR. I haven't done
There's
that yet.
one, and I mean, this is going back 3 or 4 months, so I don't know if this is still the case, but there's a World War II flight sim type of game
Mm,
on, at the time it was probably on the alternate store, Oculus store, which I
okay.
don't remember what the name of that was called. I can't remember now. And it was still in alpha or something, so it might have come out.
Mm,
And it was fun in the sense like it gave you that feel like you were uh, in one of these planes and flying it.
interesting. I would like to experience that. Do you remember what the name of the game was?
I do not.
Okay.
But I could find that later.
I wonder, does Microsoft
Or-
Flight Simulator have VR capability?
yes.
Oh, and okay, and then Elite Dangerous as well. That's a game I have. At least I have. I don't have the new expansion to it, but I have the original one. I should probably just jump into that VR because I couldn't get into that game honestly. I don't know what it was about it. I couldn't get into it, but I think maybe VR might be just like the experience I'm looking for in terms of like just to see what it looks like to fly around in
Yeah,
space in
that would be
VR.
completely fun. I could see that being really, really fun. But really, what's funny is that the game that I really liked, like my favorite game so far, that I had flying something, and it
Mhm.
wasn't even flying anything. It was a game, basically a VR version of Star Fox.
Oh, okay.
So that was also like an alpha. Like it's not done yet. They had a few levels, and just to see what that's capable of, like to be in this sort of cockpit and to fly around and to like hold the gun and be, you know, fighting like on rails, exactly like Star Fox.
Right.
It was just so much fun.
And Ronan, you used to love Star Fox, or
VR
no? We
Star
were
Fox
we were
works.
Star Fox kids. Yeah, we loved Star Fox. Yeah,
And the
totally.
biggest memory I had was Star Fox, and I was too young to remember any of like why it was happening, but we and I probably told this story before, but we have a theme park close to our house, maybe about 30 minutes away, called Canada's Wonderland. And that summer, Nintendo just happened to be there, I believe, with they had these trucks, giant trucks, that you go inside and there'd
Mm.
be stations for people to play, maybe like 12 to 20 stations in this truck for
Are you
kids
talking
to play.
VR stations, or are these
Oh,
just like a screen
just
with a
the
Nintendo
controller and
controller?
like
Yeah,
the Nintendo controller like popped out.
yeah.
and
This is
they
back in the
gave
day.
you a certain amount of minutes to play to see how
I
far you
remember
got.
this. Yeah,
I almost
I remember
feel like
this.
I don't know if it was a tournament, like they were trying to see how many points you can get. It must have been something like that.
Mm.
And so I just remember like walking in, and we were pretty good at the game because we had it at home,
Yeah.
and just getting through. Like I didn't think anything of it as a kid, but looking back, it's like, why was Nintendo at this theme park with
Right.
a bunch of Star Fox games for
But
kids to play?
you know the answer to that. It's marketing. It's
Was it
totally
marketing? Was
marketing.
it like a tournament? Was it
Oh,
like
I'm sure
I
it's
don't
marketing.
remember.
You get this type of game in kids' hands. If they don't have it already, they leave that place wanting it and bugging their parents to
It's
get
like, is
it.
that what they did? They just like set up a giant trailer, giant like
Totally.
building to just get people to play Star Fox for 2 minutes.
Most probable. Yeah, I think so. Ah, memories.
Yeah, because that was cool. The fact that I can like still remember that.
Mm. Hey, Joshua, what's going on?
How you doing, Joshua? Hope you're
So,
able to jump into Wurm like we are.
so what? Recently, like I was pushing
Hmm?
for this fine carpentry grind, and
Yeah.
I thought, like it's time to like spend a little bit of time on my tools and make my tools a little bit better so that it makes this grind a little bit better, especially as I'm in the 80s now, and I'm pushing to get into the 90s. It's kind of was
Nice.
hard when my tools were kind of crappy. So, um, what was interesting was that I had enchanted my file and got a really lucky cast on it. Let me open it up in here so it's easier to see. So like my file, oh, I lost a point, but I landed a 104 cast on my file. So my file was my best tool.
Oh,
Yeah, it is now currently 103. But my other tools were like kind of lacking. So I decided to invest a little bit of money to get my carving knife improved. And actually, I had a carving knife. I had this one, it's a nice carving knife, but it's a WOA 99 cast. What I wanted was a carving knife that had only COC on it. So I don't know if you remember a bunch of streams ago, I was doing this trial for sweet spot imping, where I popped together a whole bunch of carving knives that were in my sweet spot, and I was just casting on them so that the tempering action would get the COC. And I luckily landed a 101 cast on one of those. And so I decided to send that carving knife off to get imped. So I got that imped to 92. And that was Achilles. Achilles helped me with that, who may still be in the
nice.
chat channel here. So thank you for that. And then I was casting on some pelts, and I wanted to get a nice. Here, let me queue up some more actions. I wanted to get a nice pelt, and I was also lucky in that regard that I landed a really nice cast on a pelt, 102 Circle of Cunning. Yeah, Achilles is the bomb, totally. It was like a really quick imp, even
Wow.
like a couple hours or something, and I got it back. And so I got 102 pelt. It's only on an 88 quality pelt, which is fine for my purposes, at least for now. And the only one I have left not worked on is my mallet. So the mallet I'm using still has 89 Circle of Cunning, which is not terrible. And it's 85 quality, which I can't improve on my own yet. But yeah, since then
That's
my
crazy.
skill has been flying. So it's and these logs as well. I put 96 Circle of Cunning on this log, so all my tools are like nicely enchanted, and things are going really nice. So numbers are going up. It's good.
That's awesome. And
How?
JRL, you're saying, sorry,
You go ahead. You go ahead.
the local mall had one of those primitive VR setups called Nightmare, a 3-level a 3-level floor, 2-player dodging
Pterodactyl.
pterodactyl swooping at you. Wow. And did that experience make you love VR or make you hate VR, or were you indifferent to it? Because I had a very similar experience with a primitive VR set that then ended up making me love VR. I was thinking,
Right.
yeah, VR, this is like the next thing. It's coming soon, 1992. And then, yeah, it never came.
Since then, you choose yourself some high quality mallets. Yeah. Yeah. That's. I was actually thinking about doing that now that my carpentry is actually somewhat decent. It's just not up there fully yet. But
Oh, you had motion sickness. That's interesting
oh
because
yeah,
I
motion
do have
sickness.
motion
Yeah.
sickness now, but the experience that I had, I don't remember any motion sickness.
It's probably because you're a kid. Kids
So I
don't
was a
get motion
kid.
sickness as easily.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Vincent. Maybe I will spend a little bit of time enchanting at the same time. Oh, it won't be on here. It'll be on this guy.
And Ronan, you were thinking of giving up on Wurm. Don't do that. But because you're in that mindset right now,
It's just,
what
yep.
is it in your mindset that would make you want to give up on Wurm?
Right, Ronan, you are in. So this is
What did
so
that debate sound like to you
yeah.
in your
We
head?
are in such. We are so curious about this exact thing. So what is it that is causing that debate? And these were the types of things that we did way back in the day, where we would, anytime we would catch anybody who was in that mode of like, I've been playing Worm for a while now. I fell in love with the game. I've been playing it for a while, but I'm kind of like losing interest. We would always be so curious. Like, what is that thing? And we also acknowledge that it's really hard to pinpoint that thing. It's more of a
But you
feeling
can
rather than a
start to see
logical.
patterns eventually after asking enough people this question. So I'm curious to know if anybody's feeling that way. Like, what is it about that to you and your feelings that's making you feel this way? Like, what? And you'd have to take the sort of
Oh, and
the
Taiki, you're in the
general
same
ideas
boat.
that come back and
So yeah, anybody who's in that situation where you're like less motivated to log in to work on something to progress, like you're like maybe try to put into words what it is that is missing, that what is the thing that's leaning you towards not logging in or not wanting to. Okay, so Ronan, you're saying the thing that sucked you in was the community and the mechanics. And now it's
yeah.
like no one is ever around. And mainly I started to feel the monthly costs were worth it. We're not to feel the monthly costs were worth it, but still you appreciate the game. You just really want more out of it, you guess. I think that. Okay, so I know that you started right at the beginning of the Steam launch, and there was a lot of people playing the game at that time. And so it does make sense that now, when the population sort of leveled off to what I might consider regular levels, it does feel like less people are playing.
So the community, which is true, right? I mean, that's a chicken and egg statement. Like, I would play if more people were playing, but since no more people are playing, I'm not. I can't feel I'm playing.
Right.
And if everybody's thinking that, of course, nobody's gonna play.
Right.
So yeah, that's not a problem that can be solved in like a direct attack to that. But the other problem, so like let's see if we can quantify some of this. The mechanics were new, you were in the game now. Is there anything like you log in and how do you feel when you're logged in, like that you're not motivated to do the things that you used to do, and there doesn't appear to be something to strive for, that you're wanting to strive for, I guess.
And so both Taiki and Zetran are saying that the animal husbandry update was the thing that killed it. Zetran, you're also saying you feel like the time versus money commitment and what the devs are giving and communicating to us is not a healthy relationship. Okay.
I can see that. I mean, let's talk about that first point.
The animal husbandry update.
So basically, you're saying that the update that the devs worked on, so the time they invested in updating the game, or the types of things they chose to work on to update the game, negatively impacted your experience when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
Which I can see, and whether it's more work or less work, it's more about the perception of it, right? How it was conveyed to us, and I guess the learning curve for some of the changes. And you know what? The similar sort of thing happened when the cooking update came out to me,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, oh, before I could just eat a meal and I was good, and now, like, what do I have? I got like what the heck is CCFP? Why do people keep saying that? What are these things? Now my meal does hardly anything when I'm eating it. And so, like, that sort of experience happened back when the cooking update came out.
Right. And Tuxie said earlier that she remembered when it happened to her that she took a long break. It was mainly because it takes so much time to do everything. So like you know, okay, my next thing I want to do is build this thing, but then you realize like, okay, that's just going to take forever. Okay, so
Could
don't want to start
that be?
and...
I mean, could we break that down to something like it? Everything I'm wanting to accomplish that I can that would be fun for me to do, to play, is just going to take too long. Like, at this point in my Wurm career or my Wurm playing, the things I want to accomplish, the goals that I want to achieve, are so far into the distance that, like, man, like, that's demotivating.
Maybe. And Ronan, you were saying that you're a total solo type of player, but when it's like when you log in, you're like, okay, I have a whole bunch of stuff to do. What am I gonna like? What do I feel like doing? And then it could be that leads to you be like, I don't really feel like doing any of it, you know? Yeah. I almost feel like that's
like
the
openness of it, with each item not really providing that lure for you, gives you like the demotivation of like, okay, nothing's pulling at me. Like, I know that I have, like, there's all this stuff that I can do, but nothing's really like has been pulled at me, because the reward versus time or whatever is in our heads is just not there for me anymore. Maybe it's something like that.
Ancient Mangoes, you're on Sklop Topless server, which is on Worm Unlimited. You might come back to Worm Online at some point. Yeah. Okay, and Tuxie, you're saying that it was the animal husbandry that got you back into it and playing a lot more again. Interesting. Okay, so that's good.
Which is crazy.
And Lime,
it was like something that I'm assuming that you're really passionate about, like animals in Wurm. And to see that there was a change that took place for it, at the time you might have been feeling, maybe you were feeling like, okay, sort of stagnant in the whole animal situation. Like, what is there left for me to do here? And now all of a sudden they say, hey, look at all this new stuff that you can do in the feature that you love about Wurm. And boom, you're off to the races.
Okay, yeah. And in terms of the breeding, Taiki, you're saying that you like breeding the horses, but you ended up with stuff that had nothing to do with the horses you had. It all became a waste of time. Like it was like very, very random. Like as you're saying, you had all ebonies, and now that you're trying to breed more ebonies, you can't quite get them. So the ability to breed them is gone. Have you tried since the recent patch? Because they did change something so that it's more likely that the color of the parents pass on. But I think the main issue is that all of the ebonies you might have had way back in the day might have been all gone by now. So yeah, I could see that being a problem. Let's see what else you're saying.
Oh, and there Drogos. So you're almost 100 mining, which is like an amazing accomplishment. But then the question, of course, is like, then what? Well, like, what do I do?
Right.
Let's say you love mine. Okay. And like one of the things that Wurm players love to say is there's so many other things to do in Wurm. Just do any of the other things in Wurm. And, you know, the problem with that is let's say you love mining, like that's your thing. I want to continue mining, but I want to feel like my time in mining is worth it. So what to do? And that's where, we've theorized over the years,
Mm.
you know, in put a system in like an alternate advancement system that would allow you to continue any skill that you want in the game and be able to earn points to then improve that mining skill in different alternate ways.
Alternate way.
You know,
Yeah,
that would
totally.
keep people that love doing something like a specific skill like mining to still feel like they're earning something. Like instead of earning skill, they're earning some sort of points towards, you know, earning experience towards a point system. After so many mining actions, you earn 1 point. That point, you can open up some window that has a whole bunch of like cool mining benefits that you can then apply the points to. And there's so many different varieties, it's almost like you would never run out of cool mining progression to do. Right? That's I like that would be a smart thing for them to do because it would touch on every single skill potentially and allow people to continue when something ends. And I'm not saying this out of the like they literally did the same thing 20 years ago almost in EverQuest and it was like the biggest hit ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
at the time. Like they came into the exact same question. Like, okay, what happens when our players reach this level? How can we develop something that wouldn't not just like the treadmill, but allows players to continue? And I mean that was their solution, and it worked so well that I don't
Mm-hmm.
understand why more games haven't done it.
I know. I know. And there's so many things like variants on the same idea that could be implemented, but and the sentiment, and I think Josh is also saying the same kind of thing as Drogos was saying with the 100 minings. Like after that, then what? It's like you get to a point where you've done it a whole bunch of times. Let's say you've gotten your mining all the way up to 100, or you built that 100th building, or whatever it is, and like you're thinking, once you've accomplished that, then what? And we've faced this experience many, many times in this game. Like for example, once you finish a project that you've set yourself out to, and let's say that project's a long-term one, and then you finish the project, there's this emptiness feeling after that because the whole time that you've been playing up until that point, it's that project that's been fueling your gameplay. It's been the like for us, it was like thinking about the labyrinth experience. Building that labyrinth took us several years, and over that time, every time we'd log in, it was like the motivation to continue to do the thing was to make one step closer to the end of that labyrinth project. But then once you get there, it's like there's this emptiness feeling that really I kind of feel like it almost initiates that feeling that I need a break from the game to like
Mm.
sort of recalibrate my motivation for playing. It's like, you know, which
It
is
takes me
kind of
longer, I think, for me to get to that point
mm,
because after let's say something like the labyrinth, was created. I could sit there and just watch people go through it forever.
Right.
And why is my
And
face like
I
green
fixed it.
screening
Yeah,
itself?
something happened.
I,
I don't know what I did to fix it. I just literally selected the thing and it fixed it. Selected the frame. I don't know.
that's odd.
Agent Mango
Tuxie, you
says,
remember
"Oh, go
raising
ahead, go ahead."
paving.
Right.
Hacking floor tiles, digging, joking dirt. I remember raising paving as well. And
Yeah.
at the time, I did it through building floors, of all
Building
things.
floors. Yeah.
I don't
Building
think that's the
floors.
the best way to do it
There's a
anymore.
new
But
way.
man, it gives so much experience.
Yeah, but there's a new way that gives more experience, and that's imping cat's eyes.
yeah.
But
Although those
again,
are
it's
pretty high
also
level.
I so my paving. Let's see, I was working on it a little bit.
Oh, you were okay.
My paving, I got it to 40, which is definitely not far, but like it was going up. Like it was flying. So to get it to 40, imping cat's eyes, I was doing the exact same thing you're doing right now, which is just stone shard.
Yep.
Stone chisel, and just make sure that they have COC on
Wait,
them
so
both.
what's your skill?
40 paving.
Okay.
I didn't do very much, but it was going up in a pleasantly quick way by imping cat's eyes. I know, and
How much
Tessie's
more
like,
did we miss here?
it's a lot. The text is flying right now.
Ancient mangoes are saying you need to have a lot of time when you're playing Wurm Online. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, how much time do you need to have to play Wurm Online? And I think we've all struggled with that at some point, right?
Right.
Because yeah, and that's what I was thinking before I started a new job. Like, how do I invest the time in this game when I don't have the time? How much time do you need to say, yeah, that was a good week, like in Wurm
Right.
Online? Could you only play it once every 2 weeks and feel like, yeah, that's good? I think probably not.
Right. Once every 2 weeks is a little bit low. Yeah.
I'd say once a week for 3 hours is probably what you would need to do the bare minimum to invest time in to feel like you're doing something.
Almost bare
3 to
minimum.
4 hours a week.
Yeah.
In like one session on the weekend or something like that.
Yeah, and I see a lot of sentiments related to the fact that just imping what feels like is like sort of mindless, pointless, but that's the way to get your skill up, sort of thing, is kind of a sentiment that people are holding. Just seems like if only skill would just go up with the doing of the thing, like as you were saying, like you were building floors to get your skill up, and that actually feels a little bit more useful,
right? Fine line, because and there's a couple of sentiments there. One, people, there are a group of people, I would say the majority of Wormians that have stuck around for so many years,
and hey, dude, Jensen,
that love not the grind itself, but the statistics, like how to figure out that grind, how to optimize that grind. People like want to do that, like it's part of the game. So you can't really get rid of that part. You have to, like, I would say that it's not the grind that's the problem. It's the things that happened in between the grind. You can't, like, because we all started out this game and we all were okay with the way that the game system works. You do something, you get skill, blah, blah, blah. But the reason why we were okay at the time is because while we were doing that, other things were happening as well. You were earning other things. You had different goals. You were not, let's say, doing carpentry for carpentry's sake. I'm raising carpentry because I want carpentry to be 100 skill. That's not what your goal was, right? it was there, and you knew that that was happening. You knew you were getting skill up, but your goal might have been there was extra things on top of that. Right? I'm raising it because I can then build a bigger house.
Right.
I am raising it because of like these other factors, like lots of other factors like happen. Like I'm doing that because then I also get mind logic while I do that, which allows me to then ride a boat
Right.
or
Or to
ride
have
a
more
wagon or
actions.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, or have more actions. Like other things are happening. And as you go and you level up and you get to 30 and 40 and whatever, there is less other rewards taking place.
Yeah. Like you have to really
And the sole
search for those
purpose
rewards.
becomes
Yeah.
the grind.
Right. And Tuxie was saying like it's not necessarily that it was that pointless to grind. It's that paving and then destroying the pavement only to repave it again over and over again felt kind of weird compared to, let's say, imping cat's eyes, which actually you might use those cat's eyes for something. And Taiki, you're saying, and then it starts feeling like work and a chore, and that's totally a sentiment that I've heard many, many times before. I totally understand that. I
And
can imagine
to be
that once it starts
honest,
doing
yeah,
that, it's
that's
go ahead.
the hole that I feel Worm devs should have to fill. Like that's where their concentration, like personally, that's where they should be concentrating. They should be concentrating on filling in those holes, right? We don't want the game to change. We want the like more things to be happening while I'm grinding. I want more things to like I'm going towards more things while I'm doing the things because that's how the game started and that's what we fell in love with. Right? We were doing this because X, Y, and Z were happening, not just because X was happening. And yeah, if they focused on that, and unfortunately we've been touting it for a very long time, but that's what I mean by when I say like I wish that whenever I say progress, that's what I mean when I say progress. Not really progress. I mean that's the wrong word for it, but that's the word that I've been using.
Yeah. And Tuxie, you're saying you want more skills to go up by actually using the skills for practical purposes, something like animal taming. We should also get skill by
Wouldn't that
actually
be
using
awesome,
taming.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine, okay, like we got together and we had a brainstorming session, like all of us weren't players, and we're like, okay, let's figure out actions that we can perform that aren't in the game right now that then would provide like I don't know us to be doing lots of things. This is what I thought they were. This is what I was hoping they would do for, let's say, animal taming or animal husbandry. Right?
Right.
Give me more things that I can do to raise that skill. That's what I feel like is happening. Like in my mind, I'm like envisioning like a Zoom session with all of like the developers and like all of the people behind the scenes. Like it's not just developers. And they'll be like, okay, animal taming. What can we do to like? What are the different things that we can throw to allow people to do, to achieve, to work towards like this? And then they write down like all these ideas. Like us Worm players do. I wish we can do this, and I wish we can do it. Like, and that's what we hope they're doing. And they come out of that with like a whole bunch of things that you can now do for animal taming, not just feed pig, feed pig, feed pig. What can we do? And then after this, what can we allow them to do? And then how long would it take for people to get to that point? And then what are the rewards? What are like the reward trees that we can provide? Like lots of cool stuff. And then so by the end of it, when they say something like, we're doing an animal taming update, I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to do a whole bunch of cool new things and I'm going to get a whole bunch of cool new rewards if I decide to become an animal tamer. That's what I'm hoping. And same thing with the animal husbandry. Like I'm hoping that after the update, I'm going to be able to like do brand new gameplay mechanics that will help me gain animal husbandry skill. And then after I get to a specific skill, like different animal husbandry mechanics open up that allows me to then gain more skill and different rewards to a point where then more different things open up, like variety. And then by the end, you're like, I had a good journey to 100. Right?
Right.
That's filling in the gaps. That's filling in the
Per-
holes.
Pergy says getting together for brainstorming sessions is every factional fight stream. And Josh asks,
Yeah.
could we ask a Wurm dev to sit in one of your streams? It used to be, it felt like anyway, a long time ago that we would attract devs into the stream, and those devs would comment in the chat, and we would have it really did feel like there was discussions about it. Now it's possible devs do pop into the stream now and again, but we don't have the same kind of like interaction that we used to.
Yeah, and there's a great idea, JRL, like the adopt a noob, or like we used to call it mentorship.
Mentorship,
A
yeah.
mentorship thing. Like this would be perfect for the game, and lots of reasons why. Having veteran players want to help new players, but in a way that doesn't negate that new player's journey. Do it in a way that mentorship provides benefits to both the new player and the veteran player. And then all of a sudden you have like, if done right, you have this sort of you have players willing to help all the time, and new players don't feel like it's a ghost town. Right? People play less like hermits at that point, I should say, because it's beneficial for you to do that.
Yeah, and Taiki, I really wished that they, put some work into that taming system. That's what I really thought was going to happen when they announced the animal keeping update. But as it is, it feels like they didn't touch it at all, which kind of
one thing that
sad.
I don't think should happen, like especially like let's say mentorship as an example. Like it can't just be if we help this new player, we get experience in this skill. Because that's not anything more. So like, why would I help this new player then, right? Then I could probably optimize and get that skill in a different way faster. Right? It's got to be like meaningful. And EverQuest did this like really well, with their like leadership abilities. Like, there should be mentorship abilities that you can only get if you're doing like if you were mentoring people. That's come separate from the other things that we were doing. And then every time we're doing like these mentorship things, we're earning points, and then those points could be used to enhance and augment other things that I want and need to do, right? All of a sudden I can build an extra tile for a house. All of a sudden, like other little things that we as Wurm players would love. All of a sudden we've taught it enough that we're able to go up one more dirt on a horse, or on we can go up one more dirt on a cart. Like the little things that we would love to earn as Wurm players that are not tied to our current system.
Yeah, and Joshua, I really like your comment there about like how if a system like this were to be implemented, then there will be people who are working towards becoming better mentors. Like their character could maybe have a progression where the more they do mentoring, the better their ability to mentor in the game is grows, and then good mentors will become well known as people who and that's kind of like how I felt. It felt like in EverQuest, where like people who develop those leadership abilities then become well known as the people who are good leaders. Yeah, so kind of wish that something like this was implemented. That would be awesome.
Anyway, so like you could have those brainstorming sessions for anything in this game, any skill that you're wanting to work on. Like this is what I thought that they were doing with the combat system. This is what I thought they were doing with the UI or UX. Like, and they probably were, and that's for whatever reason. The updates we got were the updates that we got, and we'll never know why. But like no matter what, with all the good intentions, there's always a way to make things better, no matter how good you feel like you made them. And yeah, it's always fun to go through these brainstorming sessions.
Hmm.
And you're right. Uh, we have these conversations even when we're not streaming,
Right.
like me and Adam.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Which is really funny. It was probably one of the reasons why we started
There'd be
streaming to begin with.
sometimes, yeah, there'd be sometimes where we'd be in the middle of a conversation. We'd be like, okay, we got to stop this conversation because we'll have this conversation on stream and we kind of want it to be fresh. So we'll but yeah. And the question is, how do we get the player wish list to the devs? Yeah. The problem really is there's too much noise right now. Like you look
They'll
at the
say,
suggestions.
put it in the suggestion
Right.
form.
You put it in the
Right.
suggestion forum, but the problem is the suggestion forum is filled with a lot of noise. And I can only imagine that the devs have a hard time filtering through that noise to get to the gems.
I actually have this problem in my current role.
In your job,
where
yeah.
My job, I have to siphon through.
Here, you talk about this.
suggestions.
I gotta go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So like currently, I represent a current program called Launchbox, and that program, like my job, like one of my jobs, is to take suggestions from the community and do these brainstorming exercise on those suggestions. Like, because we can have ideas and like, yeah, some of ideas are just like what we think we want, not what we actually want, because then you end up implementing some ideas sometimes and it's not quite what the user wanted and like no one's happy. So the goal really is to like siphon through all these suggestions, think like, is this actually viable, with the added element of, is this actually viable for the code base that we currently have? How long would it take us to make this viable with the code base? And I know that some things might seem easy to implement, and when in fact it's like not at all possible without substantial changes. And I've gone through that in the last few months. And so, yeah, but we're players. We don't care about that. We are just hoping that they listen and understand sort of the essence of why we want it, so that in whatever that they can deliver, it somehow somewhat matching what we feel, right? Everybody, like we all just told each other like, this is what we feel is missing in the game when we were talking about why we weren't playing it. So how do you quantify that into actual changes? That's the goal. And a lot of times us as players don't even know the answer to that.
I'd agree with that. It's really hard to
But
articulate it
from
because it's a
what
feeling.
we
Yeah.
can articulate, you have to get good at then quantifying it as a developer.
Mm-hmm.
The best developers can quantify it and they become in sync with their user base.
For this, the devs need to be passionate about trying to get to the bottom of it. You know, like they have to be constantly asking themselves.
Players cannot
asking
be
the
the
players.
enemy. The players
Right.
cannot be something standing in the way of what they want to do. And sometimes it gets that way. And when it does, nobody wins.
Yeah. It is unfortunate. But the reality is that the community managers, the devs, like, it's a tough, you need to be tough. You know, you need to have a thick skin when it comes to this, and open mind, and a perspective that allows you to shrug off the visceral hate that sometimes can come from the player community, and to
Like an
still
Ancient
look at
Mangoes,
yeah
Oh, you're saying,
The
do they
wishing
ever
wells.
respond to those wishing wells in Wurm where you put in what you want to see?
Uh,
I would assume at one point they probably did.
yeah, that was a
15 years
system.
ago.
That was a system put into place back when the people who were playing were like a tight knit, small, tiny community. That system probably doesn't work or function in the way that the game is now.
Yeah, Joshua, how do we get like a player wish list to the devs? You know what I'd wish that the devs would do, and I don't care who, but wouldn't it be like a cool stream that every month or so they just turn on a stream and they go through the suggestion forms and they talk about the suggestions that they see, what they feel could work, couldn't work, have a discussion about them, give us behind the scenes knowledge of why something might not work, even though it might seem like it could due to some sort of archaic code base or something. You know, and coming out of that, like I would watch that. And then I would come out with like a huge knowledge of like, I think I would come out of that with the perception that they care.
Yeah.
They're caring, they're listening to us, they're like, even if like we didn't get anything out of that, we didn't get any new content, we didn't get any features, they didn't promise anything. They just gave us knowledge about their thought process and what they're going through. Now, of course, I'd want to see that. The problem is they would have to be good at their presentation on the screen and communication.
Yeah.
Right?
You know what else you would get out of it? Yeah. What else you would get out of it is potentially how you might modify future suggestions so that it kind of will be a little bit more plausible that like because once you get a sense of like, oh, okay, that can't be done because of this. Okay, but maybe this other thing could be done based on what the devs just said, you know?
Now,
So
now they're like, okay, timeline for this one feature, it would now be maybe 8 months, 10 months, and then we have to make the decision. Okay, or there's the value there. Is a 10-month value for this feature worth it? And then maybe that drives the answers to like whether something goes in or not. And so it's not about whether it can or can't be implemented. It's more about is the value versus coding time or programming time worth it.
Right. And Taiki, you're saying you did have a community manager role, and it got horrible at times. You got calls to your personal job, and the harassment was insane. Ugh.
Yeah, and I can see that, right? It's I can't see it being a fun job.
And Zetrin, thank you so much.
Oh, Zetrin.
Thank you so much for that sub. Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, I think we would be open to having like devs on the show. We have had devs on the show before. It was a different time than it felt, but I don't know if the devs really want to. I mean, if they did want to, then they would be setting up their own official stream again because they had that forum there at one point. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know like, why.
Literally, and something that I've had to deal with, and let's say the community stream that that Wurm had before. The question is...
Okay, go ahead. I just landed 101.
Oh, wow.
On one of these mallets. So now all but my log has over 100 cast on it.
That's insane.
Uh-huh. Yay.
Okay, so maybe I should get something better than an 80 quality stone chisel.
Yeah. Is your chisel's 80 circle of cunning?
94.
Oh, okay, 94 circle of cunning. But it's an 80 quality? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's 80 quality.
I can improve that. What is that stone? What's the circle of cunning on the stone? Because I have some...
Oh, yeah, I got some bad news.
The stone's used up?
Stone's used up.
I had a feeling that might happen. We have a lot more stones, but I can cast one. Hold on.
That would be nice.
Okay. That's definitely something that easily can happen. We have a bunch more, so let's just grab a couple of these stones.
And
Okay, sorry,
Ancient Man goes, yeah, you get the feeling that the devs are not bothered and don't engage with the community. They could do so much with the game. Yeah, and I mean that's the perception, right? They could do so much with this game. I mean, we've been talking that way for a decade, and it's not like they haven't done stuff with the game. Like so much has changed, and so to me, it's not about like their willingness to make changes to this game, and it's more about the perception that we have because of their lack of communication. And it's not just communication. It's like if the bar is all they have to do is communicate, like I just wish they would say something to us. Like that bar's too low. Like if we're happy when we get a message on the forums from a dev, that bar was set way too low. like
oh my
we're
god, they
not,
said
like,
something.
yes, we're happy, but uh, it's not worth like.
It should be about what they say, right? It should be about what they say that we should be happy about, not that they said anything
should
at
be,
all.
Like, yeah, I wish that obviously that the messaging was improved, and I'm sure that they wish that the messaging was improved.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Right?
there's one post.
That seemed to be happening over this last year, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, they made a post. Oh my god, I'm so much happier. I'm like relieved and stress-free this week because the devs said that we're going to the possibly provide us some information in the future.
Later.
At least they told us that, right?
But you know, like I was actually really happy when they said that they will be posting information in the future. The problem happens when the future comes and they fell through, right? So like recently Keenan said in about a week's time we're going to post some information about where we stand and what our vision, what's going to happen from here on in. And then a week's time happened and we didn't get the post. Another week passed and we still didn't get the post, and now we're approaching a third week after that, and everybody's left wondering, like, are we back, like, to not having any communication again? Like,
right. And it's not even Keenan's place to have made that post, right? He's probably doing that to try to do what we're all thinking, like
more than likely
that's not his role.
But he's not saying that out of nothing. Like, it's not like he's just putting that for the sake of putting something. There must have been a discussion that they are going to release some information, right? There must have been. For him to have said that we're going to release some information, there must have been a decision that some information would have been released. Right? I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's all speculative.
Speculative, but like, I can't imagine that he's saying that there will be a post in a week's time about this specific thing. Right. That he's saying that without any. Well, he didn't say, but he did say a specific thing. He said,
"We don't even know what's going to be in that post."
Let's read what he said. When I say specific thing, I mean he's actually telling us what that post is going to contain.
In specifics?
Not in specifics, but like it's not in specifics, but it's in. There is a particular thing that post will contain, and that was information about where we currently stand. Oh my gosh, I can't seem to find it here. It was development update. This one, okay. While tomorrow's patch will be a bug fix, we are still actively working on a few significant projects and sourcing suggestions for quality of life improvements. We plan to make another post in a week or so regarding the previously detailed plans. Okay, so regarding what was planned on the roadmap, I'm guessing that hasn't really been addressed, and where things currently stand. So this upcoming post is supposed to contain things related to those two topics. Okay, while we didn't get any specifics, at least it narrows
Like
down
another
what is
roadmap.
right. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe this is another roadmap or an adjustment to the current roadmap.
Or it could just be like, we're still like, let's say the post comes out and they say, like, sorry, they do the whole apology thing, and then they'll say, uh, the Explorer update is still in the works. We're still working on it. That is the next planned update, which we're hoping to get out before the end of the year. We also have announced that VR is in the works. That is still early in development. Thank you for sticking with us, Wurm team.
Yeah.
How happy
And
would you be?
well, I think that there's some sentiment here that, like Taiki was saying, it could be just hi, and then she'd be happy that they're like at least still alive. And Sinsen says, I think it's more about the fact that it kind of feels like they're neglecting us by not posting, as if they don't care, and that feeling feels bad. So there is that element of like the fact that they don't post feels bad to the players, and it would be nice if they post. But on the other hand, of course, if all they said every month was "Hi, we're still here," and that was the post we got every month, it would still feel bad, right? Because it still feels
that
not
the
genuine,
bar, like again, that bar is like way too low
right?
for a development team to have to be happy about, right? Yet that's where we are. Like,
But while saying hi is a step up from saying nothing, yeah, we would hope that things are better than that. But yeah, because we get nothing, exactly. It's like that's where our minds are at. Brian, greater than community manager.
and
Honestly, I don't know what we would do if we were in the community manager role. I'm sure that there would still be like, it's not
it's
the community
tough,
manager's job to make sure all this is happening. I think the structure from above needs to be there.
Scary that the hierarchy is not exactly, and I don't think it's ever really been that well. Knowing what I know, like I've been on the other side, I've been part of the Wurm team, and it's not the most inclusive, and it's not the most
organized,
structured. I mean, at that time when I was on the team, it was much more structured than it is now. More people were on the team. More structure was there. They actually had an office in Sweden. Like there was people going into an office and stuff. Like things were happening. There was definitely a divide between the people in the office and the people not in the office, right? Obviously, just because of you got people like their main method of communication, which I feel like is still the main method of communication, is IRC.
Let's see. Yikes. Like, shouldn't it be VoIP by now? Like in this day and age?
It should at least be Discord, I would say.
At least. There should be some kind of voice communication. Some meetings where like somebody's speaking.
Right? Because then Discord allows you to have video conversations if you want, voice conversations. And, I'm in a similar role right now where, I mean, I've got more responsibility than just community manager, but it's part of my role to assess that like whether we're providing enough communication to the community.
Right.
And like part of my job, like written down, this part of your job is to respond to everybody, as many people as you can on the forums. That's part of my role. Every day I look at the forums, I read the forums, I respond to the forums.
Right. So in case you missed from before, like Brian, in his new job, he works for a company that produces software for a community, and he is essentially in the community manager role. So he's learned and is acting out like and learning about the process of community management in this sort of environment, similar to the environment that Wurm is in, where there's developers and there's, and then there's the community and forums and everything like that. And the community wants certain things. So Brian's like the sort of mediator between that. And so I think that your job is like giving you good insight as to sort of how things are working here.
Yeah. So here's when I'm reading all of your guys' comments and everything, and like here it's Zetrin, you're saying you can only string your customer base along, especially if they're paying a premium. So if I'm reading that as like a community manager and I'm thinking, okay, the perception amongst our users is that we're stringing them along. Like, why is that the perception? How do I solve that perception in a not just a one-time off way, but in a structured process that I can then react to or release something for on a scheduled basis? Right? I don't just want to react to to everybody's comments, right? Which to me, the post by the post that you just read by Keenan was a complete reactionary post. Wasn't a post that there was a lot of process that went into. Wasn't a post where like they sat down and had this big discussion on the process and how they're going to solve this communication gap between the players and the devs. Like it was basically him saying, "Man, it's getting out of control. I need to say something." Post. That's the post we got. Which is why the follow through didn't happen. Right? Because he didn't think about the follow through. There was no plan involved for where do we go from here. It was a post that basically said, I need to say something because that's what they keep saying is the thing that's missing. That we're not saying something.
Uh-huh.
And it's getting bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But that's not a process. That's not something that we can then drive into that's not sustainable.
Yeah.
Right? It's
That's the
sustainable as
stringing.
then we go quiet and then that happens again and then we say something again.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the stringing the customer along bit, right?
And that's the perception. And then we get the perception they're stringing us along. That's not what
Yeah.
they want to do, right? Because like
But yeah.
every post that they make, everything that they say is time away from whatever they should really be doing, which is the development of the game.
Right.
They have a
So
gap. Obviously, they've got a gap somewhere.
I almost feel like the gap is that they're not able to produce the game. Like they're not like there's something stalling the development of the game.
right. It's not as simple as let's just put out something. Let's just make a post, right? Because that might work once. That might work with like a roadmap. I need to get a roadmap out. It has to be perfect, and then I have to say this. That's not sustainable, obviously, right? Because if you think about it, players don't just want a roadmap once a year. That's not going to be good enough. That's not the amount of effort involved or the process that needs to be in place. So that process needs to be built and agreed upon, and like everybody on the team, whether they're paid or they're volunteer, needs to be all on board with this process. They need to have some behind the scenes development. Like we all assume that they all talk. That doesn't happen. We just assume that the whole Wurm team is talking behind the scenes, getting things ready. It's not.
Like, I'm sure there's a little bit of that, but
remember that their main source of communication is IRC.
Right.
And they have separate channels. I don't know why they did. They separated each channel by type of work that you do. I don't know if they still do this. This was a very long time ago. So, as an example, GMs will never casually talk to a dev. That doesn't happen.
That's kind of weird.
The GMs are in a GM team chat, and the devs are in the dev chat, and the art people are in the art chat, and these people are in those chat, and that's the chat that you talk to. You talk to just the GMs, talk to the GMs. The GMs then go up to, let's say, the head GM. The head GM then will put in a request to talk, like not really a request, but they put in a request to talk to like the Mool or somebody. And then that will happen in whatever day or whenever they have time. Like, it might not be that bad, right? I don't know. But that's the perception. That's the feeling that like a GM would have if they're a volunteer on the team. Right, so if this is happening behind the scenes, publicly, what are we seeing as users?
Right.
Like, where does the community manager fit into all that? And is it the role of that person to then mesh together all of those groups to try to create some sort of sustained flow of information and then go out that can come out into the public? Right, Joshua, the community manager's just there, not speaking to anybody, waiting for something to happen. You know, we then have a problem. And it's tough. It's tough to know what you're allowed or not allowed to do. Let's say, especially if you're new on the team. Let's say you're a new project manager or a community manager. Like, what am I allowed to do? Am I allowed to change the processes? Am I allowed, or am I just waiting for someone to tell me what I am or am not allowed to post? And then, of course, then if you think of some bright idea, let's do this. Like, I'd want to do this every few weeks. You know, give me this information. Like, where's the information coming from? Are they going to have a sustainable flow of information coming to them for whatever plans that they want? Or is it going to last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, right? If eventually that ends, then it's not really a sustainable process that they can build off of. So if you really look back in the history of Wurm, I mean, no matter what you feel about Retro, he was able, for most of the time that he was there, to flow out some sort of information on a regular basis. But when he took over for another guy who was an employee that, and I can't remember if, I'm pretty sure he worked in the office with them all. So like the community manager worked in the office with them all.
Yeah.
And that's like, he started the whole process of releasing content news. After like the news cycle. That was him. He was creating videos.
Yeah, this was Red Bear.
I think he was creating videos, but I think he created like one video or maybe two.
Yeah.
With the hopes that more were coming, and then that didn't happen. You know, he's probably experimenting with different things at the time, trying to see what stuck.
Do we think that Rolf follows anything Wurm related anymore? I bet you he does.
Sure, every now and then he's watching.
He probably has his finger on the pulse, but whether or not he has any like input into anything, I can't imagine that he does.
Ooh, I've got like a green screen beard.
Oh, it looks like it's gone.
Okay, it's gone.
I know there's some weird thing about. I think it's like the brightness setting somehow auto adjusts. It does that to me sometimes too. I'm not sure what it is though. It causes the auto adjust.
Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, you know, basically what I'm saying, like, there's got to be a lot of planning that goes in behind the scenes before we end up seeing something public. And there's probably a lot of, like, everybody sitting there just waiting for something to happen feeling because of the structure of Wurm behind the scenes. Like, no one feels like they have the power enough to make the announcements other than, let's say, Samul. And if that's really the structure, that there's a problem, right? Because one person can't have all that responsibility. That's not sustainable. So there has to
unless
be
that one person is really
just
if that one person is really on top of it.
So they're the main, the main like manager, like to to make sure that everything's running smoothly. They're the main developer to make sure that the game's developing with the right stuff. They're the main communication person to make sure that they're like, this isn't like, you can't do that. That's not possible.
Right.
There has to be some delegation and some power bestowed onto other people to make the decisions that are required without your hearsay, without you needing to say something.
Your green screen mustache was not as weird as when we both had female faces. The horror.
Yeah. Aren't you glad those days are gone?
And you don't think there's been a Wurm live stream since retrograde? Yeah, I think Demona was looking into trying to get a live stream going, but she was having issues with... there was some technical issue with... she tried to stream, but it wasn't working. And then it never got resolved. And then we didn't hear anything since then. So.
Right. And then let's even look at the Wurm community stream. It like as a community manager, you say, okay, I'm going to do a Wurm community stream because it gives us this value. Like, what are those value streams when I'm doing the stream? And I mean, you could tell if you really, I don't know if they're still around. Are they still available on YouTube or something?
I don't know.
That the value in them to the user was extremely limited, and the value to the team was underutilized.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like they had this opportunity if they got together and said, like, what's the value to the stream? What could we use it for? They didn't have that conversation. It was literally, and Retro said this a bunch of times, like just a stream
to hang out. Like it was him being able to hang out with people. I remember him saying that a lot of times, because I would go onto the stream and I would pose questions, and he's like, this stream is not for answering questions about development. This stream is just for hanging out with you guys. And I'd be like disappointed with that. Like I actually didn't, like I know a lot of people liked hanging out on those streams, but I actually felt like they weren't what I was looking for. What I was looking for was a developer stream. One where, almost like a dev blog in stream format, where we get an insight as to the inner workings of the development team, their thoughts on, and positions on certain ideas. And there was none of that. There was like, yeah. And at least he tried to be a presence. That is true.
And so, yeah, like the benefit is that he was around, he was available to talk. He was like a player. He played the game. He enjoyed playing and talking about Wurm specifically. Like he had his own game style. Everybody plays Wurm differently. So that's basically what you got out of it. And he did that very regularly. But I mean, there's a reason why he did that consistently, and that's because he was a paid employee. He had to do that regularly. That was part of his role. And currently, I'm better than others.
Pretty sure that Demona Nightshade is not a paid employee. She's completely volunteer, which is something that we only found out relatively recently, which shocked me at least, and I'm sure other people were surprised at that. And that just makes us like sympathize with Demona a little bit more from her position. She's just a volunteer community relations officer who is getting a brunt of the
put up her hand.
Yeah,
that's essentially what she is.
Yeah,
and she's not the first community manager that did that, who's a volunteer. And I don't believe, and this is with varying degrees of success, any of the volunteer community managers, they didn't last long enough. They didn't have the power to provide the content that they needed. It just didn't work. I mean, it was why they ended up paying for one in the first place. They made the realization that like there was so much more value in somebody that was paid.
It's hard to see from the company perspective, like that money that they spend on a salary, let's say, how does that translate to return, right? Because I think you were saying it before, like it's really hard to track why people are leaving, and I know that a lot of people are leaving simply because of this lack of communication. Like it feels like the devs don't really care, and that's just due to the fact that whether or not they care in real life, it's like we don't feel it coming from them. So that could very well just be because of a lack of somebody in a paid position to be that person to demonstrate and communicate that the devs are caring.
Now, in saying that, volunteers and stuff, you do have to still sign like a contract. You're still like, you're onboarded into the team. Like they have to legally do that. But at the same time, you're like what you're Taiki, like what you're saying, like they're actually somewhat treated differently. Like there's a hierarchy if it's the same as before, which I hear that it's similar, like it's not much different, where you don't feel like you have the power to do anything or to make anything that you really were wanting to do, let's say.
And I think it's also another side of it is
that's true.
It also doesn't feel like there's a direction or overall vision that you feel like you can contribute towards.
Because that takes actual time and manpower.
Right, like, for sure. But
it takes like very good, like they basically need a project manager.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, like, if you are going to have a volunteer person come onto the team, in order for that volunteer person to feel like they can contribute, there has to be one or two things. Either the team needs to make that volunteer feel like they can take on things of their own volition to add to the game, or they need to give that person a vision for which that person can contribute to. Otherwise, that person has no idea what to do or what to work on, right? They have to feel like they're able to contribute some kind of value.
True. Which means that they have to feel like there's something, an idea that they have would provide value, and then prove that that actually does provide value somehow. Enough in a way that makes it where they get the green light. And then they have to feel like they're allowed to even present that option.
Right.
Without getting turned down. Like that line of communication behind the scene has to be there. And
right. Well, not without turning down, but without being dismissed, you know?
Without being
like just waved away. Like, oh, just...
like it's true. But
I mean, not all ideas not all ideas should be like for sure accepted. But people should feel like they can present their ideas to an open possibility that they would be accepted.
Yeah, I mean there has to be that there has to be that person that's willing to listen, take ideas, mark them down, schedule them out. You know, like that work has to happen.
Right.
Or else it's just like, I'm saying this, I really want this to happen, and then, you know, sure.
Yeah. This is why
even if it was as good as, yeah, that's great, and then you never hear anything about it.
Yeah. This is why most teams will have a project manager whose sole job is to do the project managing. And I think now the problem is that the project manager is also the coder.
Right, it's not just about ideas. Like we're spouting off ideas and things, and but who's the one writing down those ideas, processing the ideas, writing all the different points about the ideas, and then bringing that to a group meeting where they can flesh out those, like, who's the one doing that? Because that's a full-time job in itself, and they don't have anybody. That's not part of their structure. And, you know, and that costs money, and you know, the whole chicken and the egg thing. I mean, I'm not gonna. Actually, I won't say anything. One thing that I say is how do people feel like when you guys hear attacking a pig? When you hear the pig squeal, do you ever think about that?
Okay, that feels like it's like way out of left field. Where did that come from?
Yeah, that's a way out of left field. Right?
What does that feel
Because
like
that
to attack a pig and have it squeal?
Does anybody have any thoughts that go through their head when they're attacking a pig?
Not until you mentioned it.
Because that was a little controversial. So I added the pig sound to the game at the time. That was like, oh, should we add like wow, that's same with man, I can't remember now if there's any other controversial ones.
And Tuxie asks, have we heard the donkey sound? We haven't. So you know what I'm going to do? Because I ran out of sleep bonus. And instead of eating another sleep powder, I am going to go out and hear what that sounds like. Because now you have me curious. Because I heard a lot of people talk about this donkey sound when you attack a donkey. And I haven't heard it yet. So I'm kind of curious to know.
Is it bad?
Yeah, how bad could it possibly be?
Like, I'm pretty sure I added I think about this. I'm pretty sure I added the horse sound, the cow sound, maybe? The bison.
You added a lot of sounds.
The dragon was me.
I can't remember. Yeah.
The goblin. That was a controversial. The human. No one really. The zombie. I had the zombie. Nobody really talks about the human sound when you attack somebody.
Like,
I guess we don't attack
like
people.
The guards or something like that?
I don't remember if the guards sound like that. The troll was me. In particular, the troll was actually my voice. And so, like, I guess the point of this is when I was on the team and I was feeling like no one sat there and said, you know what, we really should get these animal sounds updated. That wasn't a message that I got. In fact, I didn't get any message. They just said, welcome to the team. Here's our IRC channel. That's what it feels like to like join the team. And then you go into the IRC channel for the first few days, you like say hi, and then, like, that's it.
Yeah. And Simpson's like, wait, I wasn't paying attention to what was being said in the stream up to the pig thing. So where did that come from? I have a feeling that it was mostly unrelated to what we were saying before.
Did you really want to...
Yeah, if you would look... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm also the sound of a human, I think.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So if I just like based on how the transition happened there, just to this conversation, I think something popped into your head that made you think I shouldn't probably say that thing. And so then you like went to another thing to try to like avoid that. That's how I read that.
But the way that it's related is just sort of like that's the feeling that I get when you're on the team is like no direction. Like there's literally just no direction. And so in order for me to accomplish what I accomplished just within these sounds was just me doing it. Like me just pestering me like, okay, well, how do I add these sounds? Like I can create the sounds, but is there a way for me to add the sounds? And then I had to learn like, how does this system work? How can I even like add these sounds to the game? And it's just like an XML file or something. And I'm flashing.
Okay, so I found a donkey. Let's just make sure I'm not on a deed. Oh, I'm on a deed. Dang it. I'm gonna have to find another donkey, not on a deed. But this step has a bunch of them, so it should be fine to find one quickly. And I turned up the worm sounds. Is this one outside of this deed? Yes. No.
Yeah.
What the? Within, no. Okay, gotta find another one. Sorry, false alarm. I have to find another donkey.
Anyway, so like I had to learn the system. It was an archaic system that only allowed for one sound when you hit and one sound when it dies. That's essentially, it's like one line. You can place a file, and by placing a file, I mean you type out the code. Such and such donkey ID is donkey, sound file is this, and then this is for hit sound, and then the system takes care of itself. One thing I didn't realize is that when the animal dies, you get the hit sound and you get the death sound, because technically that is a hit and technically that is a death. It's both. And so you can kind of hear that. And then a lot of animals didn't even have a death sound, so a lot of animals just had like the hit sound.
Okay, so that cat, for example, the hit sound and the death sound were the same. I'm gonna save that cat. Okay, here comes the donkey. Okay, let me just turn it up just a little bit more because that was pretty quiet. Okay, let me just turn down the music a little bit. Okay, it's loud enough that I can hear the wind. Okay, so here we go. Here's the donkey sound. Whoa. Oh my god.
That almost sounds like it should be the death sound.
Oh, and it's just way too long. Oh my god. So the death
I didn't quite
sound.
hear that. Was there a different death sound?
Yeah, the death sound lasts like a good 6 or 7 seconds of the donkey going, like crying, literally. It feels like the donkey's crying for like 6 or 7 seconds. Oh, man. Right, the death throes. Exactly. PETA's on the way.
Yeah, so people were saying similar things. The thing like the chicken, the pig, like when I updated the sounds for those back in the day. And so yeah, I mean that's quite long.
Right, yeah.
It's quite long. Like I'd always try to shorten the length of the sound, try not to make it too long. The only one I left I think really long was I think the dragon, because I thought, it's an epic dragon. It's death calls, gotta be something big. And
right.
Maybe the zombie. I don't remember what the zombie sounds like, to be honest.
Here's the thing: is that I don't quite see the problem with zombies or dragon sounds being like that. It's when like the cute animals have those sounds. You know what I mean? Like, there's something about a cute animal crying over an extended period of time that you're hitting it evokes some emotion in us that we don't.
And then a little bit of that's a good thing.
Right, not the donkey.
It means that it's doing its job, like the sound.
Could you imagine though? Could you imagine if the seal had a really extended crying kind of painful suffering sound? Right? Like
so I would say with the donkey anyway, is that maybe like the main hit sound might be a bit long. And the death may be a bit long. Like they could have probably shortened it. They could have probably even used the same clip. And
the same clip, but just
clip.
Yeah, it doesn't have to repeat over and over.
You have the ability to stretch clips pretty well these days without sounding like it is. But like you can do that stuff, make it the same, but try to make it not as noticeable, sort of thing. I would say the only thing noticeable is just how long the sound is.
Yeah. Like the regular hit sound was long enough that the sound was still going on when the next hit happened.
Next hit happened, yeah, and then
Right.
that's just
And
like
then
a design.
yeah, and then the death sound was even longer than that, and it just sounded like repetitive crying sound. Like a donkey crying, you know? Yeah, that's not yeah. I agree that probably needs a little bit of an adjustment.
People had the same comments with
This-
some of the other animals, but I don't think anybody thinks
Yeah.
about it anymore. It becomes part of the game, and eh,
Like as I said, like for things like lava fiends and like these monster type characters, I don't feel that there's a problem
yeah.
if it's a
So
horrible
I believe
sound when
I
you hit
did the
them. But
lava fiend one.
yeah,
I did
but
the
it's the cute
uh,
animals is the
crocodile.
problem. And the seal sounds like a snake or something. Still, I don't know actually what the seal sounds like.
I don't know if the seal actually has a sound. There are some sounds that I've learned that are combined, are used for multiple items. For example, K-bugs sound like, I believe, is it K-bugs that sound like snakes? Maybe not. K-bug also sounds like scorpion. They use the same sound file in the system. And at the time, I needed, like, in order for that to be changed, you needed like programming time to happen. And there was just nobody around to help program that change, because I didn't know how to do it. So there are sounds like that. They're just like they're the same sound between animals.
I wonder if it still is like that. If changes like this still need a programmer to instantiate it.
Right. And in fact, there was a time, Rolf, I don't think I've ever said this story, but Rolf gave me this sound pack that I guess they bought in the past of a bunch of like human fighting sounds, high quality sounds, and they all sounded great. But the problem is that with Wurm, okay, one, our characters don't have the ability to say anything when we fight. We only have the ability to say something when we get hit.
Oh,
Right? So we can't be
the
like,
sound.
ah, like, whoa, like I'm attacking you sound. Like, like you would get in other games.
Like when you say there's no ability, do you mean like there's nothing in the game that
There's no
allows that to be
mechanical ability
put in?
programmed to allow us. They would have to make
Oh,
change.
they'd have to add coding wise,
right? And they would have to like go to this archaic sound system. They have to figure out how it works, see if they could somehow match like the hit with this. I don't know. Like they would have to do this. So they had the sounds. Like it existed somewhere. I don't know who owns it now. And so all we could do was, if we wanted to, was take a sound of like them getting hit. But none of them, and notice we don't even have the sound to randomly play different hit sounds. So you can't be like, like, it's going to be the same sound over and over again.
Right.
Like that's all we had the capability of doing. And so you needed a sound that would not be too out of place if you just kept hearing it over and over again, even though I don't think there's ever a sound that could do that. So I literally couldn't use anything off of that CD.
Interesting.
And that's why sounds are repetitive. One sound in, one sound out, right? One action in, one sound out. That's it. That's all it has the capability of doing. They would have to put in substantial dev work to change. And I don't even think the programming is the problem, although I'm sure that it would cause issues and that there would have to be a lot of testing to make sure nothing bad is happening. The problem is probably the person that's going to map out all of the different kinds of sounds that we're capable of and then assign different sounds to them and then have to like test out how it sounds if they were randomized or do it in some way that makes it not sound as repetitive. Right? It's got to be in sync and it can't be too long. And you can tell with the donkey, they just probably threw in a sound, right? They found a sound, they threw it in. They didn't think about whether that sound would still be going the next time that I hit the animal, like Adam's saying. Right? That didn't go through their process. They just said, this is a really cool sound. And look, haha, it sounds like there's actually getting attacked. Right? Because then the next in sound development is like, okay, this doesn't sound good to have him like getting attacked, sound like he's getting attacked, and then get attacked again, and then have the same file be repeated over the file that's still being sound. Like,
but honestly, that's not even the issue. Like, I think the main issue is the way that it makes people feel when they hear that sound after attacking a donkey, right? Like,
yeah, but that's subjective.
I understand that it's subjective.
Territory, like arachnophobia territory.
Sure. Okay. But the Wurm dev team has addressed that. Like
they
you know what I mean?
Sat there and they addressed it, right? So it's not the arachnophobia. That's not the problem. The problem is when you hear about something like that, how much do you want your dev team to focus on a solution for that? When there's going to be a chunk, like, I don't have a problem with spiders. I didn't want the dev team to put in this time. Well, like, I don't think of it now because it's so long ago. But like, imagine they just did that today. They went in and they decided to produce a new function that would disable sounds for all cute animals. Right?
And Tuxie asked a good question. Why shouldn't it feel bad to hit cute animals?
There's Tuxie, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna sit there like, why did, like, they literally just spent maybe, a week time just to develop that for us. Why? Like, why? How's that value? Like, when they could have spent time on something else, and that's the choices that you have as developer, right? I've got so much time to spend on developing this game. Should I, like, who makes the decision? Should I spend this time on this feature? Is there enough of value per our user base that would use it?
Right. Well, what did donkeys sound like before? Did they just sound like horses?
Didn't we not have donkeys before the sound?
Okay, and Dragon, you're saying that I seem to be lagging?
Noise. Okay. There was a time.
Is anybody else seeing that? Are we lagging? Because to me, it looks smooth perfectly. I don't see any lag, nor do I experience any lag.
Well, I'm
like if
watching this, and seems okay.
Seems okay. This turning doesn't seem laggy. No lag. Okay.
I feel like I'm loud on your side.
Are you loud? Is Brian too loud compared?
Distorted on your side, like you're raising my volume.
You're clipping. I am raising your volume. Let me see if I can adjust that. So, one way I can adjust that. Oh boy,
you
what am I doing?
Use software to add gain to my
yeah, add gain to your
microphone,
voice.
Which then in turn clipped my microphone.
I use Discord. I'm going to lower your volume in Discord, and I'm just going to raise the volume of Discord in the thing.
Hey, Chief Pee-wee. Or Chef Pee-wee.
Hey, Chef Pee-wee. What's going on? Is Brian feeling, like, volume-wise? It's hard for me to know.
Whenever you bring that up, I have a sparkly shirt, which is funny.
Okay, I see. video and audio don't seem to match. That might be Brian, particularly. So, because Brian is sending me his video, and we're talking through Discord. So I'm getting the video and the audio through separate means. And so there might be a slight offset there. I did notice that earlier, but I did also notice it was very, very slight. So that
will happen to the person
that will happen. Who's
going
getting
through the
ported
internet
in.
to Adam's
Yeah.
house. Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately. The video ended up looking better than we used to get in the past. And Chef Pee Wee, I look 10 years younger. So basically, I look exactly the same as I did when we started streaming. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. But yeah, thank you for thinking that. All about perception.
Hey, Bunloose. Yes, we are still on it. We've been streaming for 4 hours ish. Although I am kind of feeling like at some point ish soon, we will have to start.
Yeah, maybe it's all the
wrapping
hat.
up.
That's what it is, and the shirt. 4.5 hours. Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
personally, I do feel like I accomplished a lot on this stream.
Yeah,
I was
what-
hoping to
how-
get 75 in
Okay.
stone cutting,
Mm-hmm.
and ended up at 70, almost 78.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, almost four and a half skill. So that's
Very
pretty
good.
awesome.
I was only able to
And
muster.
almost 70 in masonry.
I was only able to muster just under 2 skill. I did run out of sleep bonus, so I had to kind of stop. And so now I am at 83.7 fine carpentry,
Nice.
which is very good. On my journey to 90. What is this song? Okay, I'm just gonna switch to another one. This one is not quite what I was hoping for from this. Here we go. This is more
One
what
is
I would
that can't
imagine
hear-
guitar blues. Right, you won't be able to hear that. Well, waifu is sort of chained in to the mattress in the living room at the moment, so I thought I'd not be an ass and come watch a movie. Okay. Oh, I see. You joined her. That's what happened. You got kidnapped for a movie. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early here. We started the stream pretty early in the morning here in Canada. So it's probably what? Oh,
It's
it's
3 already.
okay.
Yeah, I know.
3 o'clock.
There was one last thing and we can finish up on this because what was it though?
I don't know.
I honestly don't remember what it is now.
I want to bring up a different topic.
I had a topic that I wanted to bring. Yeah, there was a couple things we did discuss a lot of the things I wanted to talk about. We talked about the skins.
Anybody else
We
want to talk about anything?
It was the map dump release. That's what it was. That was the other thing that happened, right? Like, and I kind of feel like they're putting these things out as ways of filling the gap of communication. So, like, the map dump was released, and that's just another piece of communication we got. Currently, it seems like it's only the original map dumps of the new servers that got released, but that's like a good step, and we are expecting to get the current map dumps of what the servers look like currently. But one thing I noticed is right away, Yaga took the map dumps and put them into the community map. So when you go onto the forums to look at the server, the new community maps, they're all updated with the map dumps, which is awesome to see. I love that.
Nice. I mean, that's good to hear. But other than that, was there any benefit to seeing the current dump?
Well, the benefit
what it would
is
have taken.
here. Let's take a look at the benefit.
Taken for them to create those. Do you feel like they had them from before and they just decided to release them since they're
possible.
like the original?
It is possible. Yeah. One thing that I'm noticing though is without a third-party software, you can't zoom in enough, right? So this is sort of like the level to which you can zoom in. RD is somewhere over in this vicinity here. But if I want to zoom in...
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, Brian's very quiet now? Okay, hold on.
I can just put this next to my mouse. My
mouth. But I'm going to
see what happens.
Raise you a little bit anyway.
Oh, then I should not do that then.
So I know, like, I could use this photo editor, for example. And when I use this photo editor, let's just use my... Then, oh gosh. Then I could zoom in much farther. Right? But I wonder why. Why is it that I can't zoom in farther? What is that? Why did that get flagged? It was flagging the word put. That's weird. Do you think you can put 16 peat inside a large amphora and just put that amphora on the tool belt and use that fuel to set up? It's maybe. Which that reminds me, I didn't put peat on the... I was like distracted, so I gotta go put the peat in. It is possible.
From what you guys are saying there, Drogos, flying, it's so much fun flying. Should Wurm add flying? What's really funny is that as a GM, you can fly. So if you have GM powers, there is the ability to fly around, and it's like as fun as you would want, and you can do that, let's say on the Wurm Unlimited, right? You can see how that feels.
Wait, did I do this? Did I feel the peat? I'm feeling like deja vu now. Am I wasting a whole bunch of peat here? You guys might remember. I don't know. I do feel like I did feel the peat, but whatever. So
and
flying.
What's funny, like Bund, you're saying like how can they add flying? They can't even handle us jumping, but they can handle us falling in like a 3D-ish space, which is funny. So could they make us jump? They could, except it would take significant dev time, I would say, for them. Maybe not dev time. We don't have the animation, and then they would have to put in the time to make sure it felt right, like we were actually jumping and not like floating or just like a little jump. And then what would we get for it? Like nothing. We wouldn't be able to jump over things that we thought that we could. Like, there's nothing stopping us from going other than, let's say, some fences you think that you can not necessarily jump over, but you could like go through the wooden fences or whatever. I mean, that's why they wouldn't want to do that, really. Permissions. So yeah, they could put in the animation of us jumping, and we could technically be jumping. But other than players coming into the game and saying, "Oh, I can jump now," there would not actually be any gameplay benefit for it. So they would have to figure that out as well. Yeah, and you would just get players bouncing. What I'd rather have is the ability to sit on the ground.
Yeah, you get people constantly bouncing. Sit on the ground, yeah. They already have the animation for it, like
Right. They just let me sit.
There's
let me
two.
do other things.
There's like the praying where the person's kneeling, and then there's the meditation where the person's sitting cross-legged.
Right, and that's just more, I guess, animations that they would have to just add.
Mm-hmm. So
that should be loyalty rewards.
Yeah, as this conversation is going on,
animation.
Sinsen's comment is so yes, you can put peat into a large amphora and use that on your tool belt. And I do agree that will save a bunch of mouse movement. So thank you for that suggestion. And secondly, one thing that I realized last night, I dropped a copper lump. I was imping my stills and I dropped the copper lump and I lost it. And while I was standing here, an idea came to me. Maybe I lost it because I dropped it onto this floor right here. And for some odd reason, you guys might have noticed this, that... Uh-oh. What's attacking?
On?
Oh, you're attacking. Okay. When you drop something onto the floor portion of a staircase, it's as if that floor portion is not there and it drops right to the bottom. So I thought, maybe if I just go down to the bottom and see. And indeed, it was there. My lump that I dropped yesterday was, in fact, at the lower floor. It went right through the floor. Phew. That solves that mystery. Yeah, it goes through the floor. I had that with furniture. I know, so annoying. I actually had this idea that I was going to place something right here. Like, I can't remember what it was, but it was like something that would go right here. Maybe a large storage unit or something to sort of like section off that. But I realized you couldn't place anything on this section of the floor without it falling to the bottom. So it was like the combination of that experience and me standing here going, I lost my lump. Maybe it was that. Yeah, a large bookcase to hide it. Yeah, something like this. Is the still burn time comparable to a forge or the short burn time of even oven? Yeah, it's... Actually, I'm not sure. I didn't even know there was a difference between an oven and a forge in that regard. It feels short, though. So, like, at 70 quality, it feels like just over 2 hours. I don't know if that's more like an oven or more like a forge. Like half as much as a forge, yeah. So, like, if this might help, like a 70 quality felt like over 2 hours, but like maybe 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Anyway,
back to the sitting
also love
thing.
The ability to sit on a chair and then get up by pressing forward. It's one of those, cool suggestions that should just be on a list somewhere.
Right.
In the hopes that they could look at that and be like, oh, it's a simple change if I do this.
As well as sitting on those lounge chairs would be nice. So like another
laying
position
down in beds,
where you're lying down in bed or lying down on those lounge chairs.
Anything they can do to have like a role-playing increase of functionality would be well worth it.
Mm.
Completely.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Well, anyway, that was fun. Why are you digging?
I wasn't. I was just burying the corpse of the.
Oh, and then the
there's a crab here that Tuxie pointed out.
Yeah.
Why do we have a crab on the floor?
I think that's the most important question of the day.
Yeah,
Why do we have a crab on the floor?
That crab came up and attacked Xander while he was standing over here at one point. And so I was AFKing, and when I got back, it was dead, and I never touched it since then, so that's why it's there.
Yeah. Like, should they be working on the RP stuff? Knowing that it probably would take so long, and it's, let's say, the most creative stuff, but like I've heard cats say in the past, they would have to really focus on it. Where, let's say, they wanted to put in new avatars, let's say, as an example, and they map out this is what the process would look like. And my guess, like, they don't have an animator, they don't have anyone that'll do that sort of thing.
Right.
So what they really should do is they should purchase like these parts. Like, this is what game companies do, like indie game companies. Like, let's buy a set of avatars with like all these things, and they're apparently not that expensive. And then that we get them back, and then they program them in. to hopefully help with the RP stuff. I don't think it's part of their plans, or else they would have already done it. If that makes sense. We all hope that it's part of their plans. They'll say that they would love to get to it at some point. It's not on the table. I can tell you that.
Right.
I wish it was. I wish that was a focus. That should have been a focus, I would say, before the Steam release. But of course, they were chasing their tail trying to get the UI done, and to get, I guess, all the backbone stuff in order for Steam to work. Right? That's like Steam release probably took a lot of work, right? Which stopped development on other things. Getting all the Steam achievements in there, getting all the Steam payment stuff working, and like all that stuff together.
I am at a loss as to where the thatch got put.
But if I would say if they were reading the room of their user base, they would allocate some time every few months to decorations, animations, like all the RP type of stuff, improvements, because there's a good chunk of people that would want that. And if they do that every few months, you know, over a course of the year, hopefully that would build up to a substantial role-playing improvements. It's all about the focus and the prioritization that they would have to worry about.
I am super confused here.
Is that we're going to get VR, and people will be able to sit down. Like, you can just sit down in VR, and your head will go down. And if I had to guess, nothing will happen to your body when other people are seeing you sit down. That's my guess. Your head, I don't even know if they're going to make it so the head bobs. Notice that right now, if you move your head to the left or right, your head moves. But the user or anybody looking at you doesn't see that happen.
Right. Yeah.
Sent over the server or whatever needed. Right. VR is all about immersion. And what I feel like they're going to do is they're going to concentrate on your own immersion being in there, and not even concentrate on what it looks like to look at someone also be in Wurm with you. It's always been their weakest point.
Oh, here's a seal. And we can use the seal to see what it sounds like. Okay, hold on. Let me just turn down the music a little bit. Turn up the sound. Curious now.
I think everybody's right.
Yeah, it sounds exactly like a snake. It's a snake sound.
It is. I mean, it's the same sound, essentially.
Yeah, but if it did the barking, cute seal sound, boy, I don't know. There'd be an outcry. Yep, still snakes.
They would have to program that out, right? They just programmed it so that the seal uses the same sound as the snake.
Well, it's not like you don't have to, but I mean they are really good suppliers of hide. I think some seals can give you 3 hides at 6 kilograms each. That's 18 kilograms of hide. It's better than any cow. I just got a 70 quality hide from this one. Oh, and now the worm sounds like super loud. Whoa. You pay the difference with your emotions. Seal hides are lower weight. Yeah, that's true, but they can give 3. So there's 6 kilograms and they can give you 3 versus a cow which will only give you 1, and they're 12 kilograms. Plus, the fact that they're giving you 3 gives you a better chance at one of them being higher quality. Half of these mobs I've never killed before. Now I'm probably going to kill them. Yeah. I mean, I always thought, like, when they added seals, that if you're going to make a leather farm, so some like a farm of things that producing leather, seals are the way to go, I think. Now, there is detriments. Like, you have to... If you want to feed those seals, they don't graze, right? You have to feed them fish or something like this. But yeah.
Funny, and then don't quote me on this, Reagan Nation, but the bison sound, I'm pretty sure, is a real bison. Like, that's all it is. It's not like an interpretation of what a bison sounds like. It's just a real bison squeal.
Actually, a bison.
Recorded by a bison.
Yeah, seals with output traits. Interesting. Interesting idea. As I said, though, seals are a pain to keep because they don't graze. So for that reason, you might want to stick with cattle. Sheep never got their own sound? Interesting.
That's odd. That seems like ripe for the picking there.
And while Catspur doesn't have a specific farm for leather making, she does do the horses, so the horses do get culled, and there is leather being made that way. Donkeys do give the same as horses, yeah. So in terms of like ease, I would say one of those types of animals are better. Bison, horses, cows, donkeys. But seals can give 18 kilograms per seal if... I'm not sure what determines it. I guess it's your butchering skill. It's also the age of the seal. Gorillas sound terrifying. Never heard a gorilla in this game. Granted, I don't really play with
how they sound.
I don't play with sound, right, in this game, really, usually. Just slap on a 10% ruin, which is an omni ruin, on your butchering knife and input high, and you should get a decent amount of high quality hides. Yes. I do have a 10% ruin on this, right? Like I have the bronze ruin Libella, or bronze ruin of Libella, and I got it into 81, which isn't like super high. I also got my butchering to 43.6, which isn't also super high, but it's not low either. Did that work? Yeah. And yet I've only gotten one 100 quality pelt. So I don't know.
And Wolfmare, you haven't seen a gorilla in ages? Are they still spawning? Aren't gorillas... I mean, back in the day, they were like one of those regional animals, right? Gorillas, snakes, hyenas... There's 4, I think. So who knows? I don't know if they're on the same spawning cycle as the rest of the animals, or if they have a special rule set.
You got to roll a 91 to get a natural 100, yeah, or to hit 100, yeah.
And it's been so long, I can't even remember what a hellhound sounded like. Do you remember what a hellhound sounded like? And do they not have sound anymore?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, I don't know what they sound like. I'm personally not one to notice sound, unfortunately. I just don't have the ear for noticing these sorts of things. Like, I don't know, the last time we were chatting on stream, it was like, you were like, well, what what's the sound when we're riding on a wagon? And I thought like clopping. I don't know what the sound is, and I guess it's like no sound. Hellhounds just sound like a dog or a wolf, but silent now. Interesting. I haven't noticed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they sounded like a dog. I guess they don't sound like anything now. That's kind of odd. Maybe someone took out some piece of code that needed to be there for them to link those animals together, the sound of those animals together.
This is interesting. Like, if you look at the missions that are currently running, there's like 2 missions that are the same. The Libela mission and the Venora mission are both sacrifice 49 of the hidden soul-struck spirits. Now, I had found one of those, and I sacrificed, and you can see on my thing that I have done one. But it's like, how do I... Like, if there's 2 missions with the same thing, and I complete it, do I get credit for both? Or... And if I don't, how do I get credit for the other one, isn't it? I know it shows up when you did it, right? Because so you can see it if you look closely on my screen at the top there. It's listed 3 times. Wait a minute. It's okay. So I did it for the Venora, right? Like it's listed for Venora. It says sacrifice 49, and then it says bright quest in service of Venora 3%. That means I've sacrificed it. Wait, then it says Livela asks you to sacrifice 1 of the hidden soul-struck spirits. The items may have different IDs. Oh. It might be like the soul-struck spirit that spawned for the Libela one might be a different soul-struck spirit than the one spawned for the Venora one. Right. Well, I'm waiting patiently for that one to finish, so that I can get the sleep bonus for that. I'm like looking also to see if there's any other ones I could do to get some more sleep bonus. Yeah, 2 different items asking for the same. 2 different missions asking for the same item. I've actually seen it before where it was 2 different missions asking for people to make. What was it? I made a few of them. It was like something like weapon rack or something like this, like fishing pole. Oh, I know what it was. It was the fishing pole rack, and so I made one. This one right here, fishing rod rack. So I made one, and I only got credit for one of the missions, and I was like, "What is going on? Like, how would I get credit for the other mission? Then I guess we would have to finish the first mission, and then we can start getting credit for the second one, maybe." They used to do the same, you could save ones from the previous missions. They changed it sometime. Okay. That's for the sacrificing ones. But I'm thinking, what about the create ones? Like create a fishing rod rack. Like at the time I made this one, I was like thinking, oh, sweet, I can make 1 fishing rod rack and get credit for 2 missions. But then when I completed it, I only got credit for 1 of them, which I thought was weird. So I'm supposing 1 would have to finish. It honestly feels like this mission system needs a little bit of tweaking. I think I like the idea of it, but sometimes some weird stuff happens with it.
I've always almost liked the idea of that system, and
right, almost
in a few over the years. But
I think you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think it's the direction that the game needed to go. And yeah, if they can tweak it, that's good.
I actually like the concept of it, but you're right. Like it needs a little
right?
bit. Yeah.
It's always been that. Like, it seems like almost a good system,
the Men Here of Pain that was on our deed that time, that actually, I feel like it needs to go that direction a little bit more. Collaborative efforts. So since then, you were saying before, did you read my shower thoughts on why some ruins are omni? That was like from way before, right? Like I think that you were saying that you felt like some ruins were omni so that it could balance the use of the ruins, of the ruin mats. So like, stone is used least amount because it only gets working on stone items and leather items, which are very minimal. And so making some ruins omni makes it so that you can use the stones for that, to balance that out. I kind of remember you saying that.
No, it's you know what? I finally got to 78 stone cutting and
Nice.
70 masonry. I think that's where I'm gonna call it for today. And then the next time my session, I'll be trying to go for 80. Doesn't look like I'm gonna make it there today.
Yeah, the next one you'll be at 80 for sure. So the logic would be that ones that are omni doesn't exist in all three types. Like boats aren't made in stone, but then by that logic, like pickaxes aren't made in leather. I know they're made in stone, but they're also not made in wood. I guess then that's why the Gather ruin is omni. I don't know. I feel like there's still going to be some ruins that there's no wood and gathering tools. Maybe. I do wonder, like, to what level the devs think about these things, or whether it's just, random. All right, I think it's about that time. This is as much as I would love to stick around and just keep chatting about Wurm, there is a real life that needs attending to.
Yep. It's been a good
there is a slate
a good few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a
Good
peek.
to be back streaming with you.
You are very welcome. Whoa, what's happening here? Okay. I'm just going to take a peek here at if there's anybody else streaming Wurm right now. I wonder if Gaffer has gotten... nope. But Dragon Catsup, you are streaming. I dropped into your stream a few nights ago. I wasn't able to chat because I was just like looking around, and I saw that you were playing some guitar. That was really cool. Singing some songs. So let's raid Dragon Catsup. He hung out in our stream most of the day today, and it'd be nice to
let's check out what he's up to.
I just need to copy this over. And I know Gaffer will most likely be streaming later this afternoon too. He normally streams on Saturdays. Yeah, you guys are all very, very welcome.
Looks like you got to start learning the
Wurm songs.
The old ones or the new ones?
I played my guitar on the last stream, and I realized like I was a couple beers in, and it sounded awful. Looking back on it, I was really disappointed with how it came out. Also, I felt like my mic didn't pick up the guitar as well as I wanted it to, but I assure you, it sounds much better in the room. Sound engineering.
It's a whole other career.
Yeah, and Katz is playing Valheim. Yeah, so you guys can go check out Katz playing Valheim, or come with us to say hi to Dragon's Catsup. Gaffer will probably stream the Dragon Slaying tomorrow. Yeah, I have no doubt that he will stream this weekend sometime. Yeah, you guys are very welcome. Glad to see you all made it out and spent time hanging out with us.
See everybody.
Yep. And Brian
Thank you
here.
so much for hanging out and letting me join your stream.
It is your stream too, You're always welcome to be here. All right.
All
You
right,
guys have
see
a
you, everybody.
good afternoon, good evening, and keep on worming. Let's go over to Dragon Catsup and say hi. All right. Have a good one, everybody.